testing. Good morning everybody, and welcome back to Newcastle International Airport. You are currently gazing onto the distinctive shape of a Chewy 787-8 Dreamliner on its way off to Cancun. As you'll see, boarding front and back, and only recently started looking at the line. I've not been paying attention. Something's never changed. Seems an age since we were last here. Certainly back end of May. Since then, obviously, Friday shows have been Aberdeen, Guernsey and Munich. So back on home turf. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Friday. Lucky 7, thank you for confirming on sound exactly where I was going next. You guys know better than me what I'm about to do next. Which is good really. So back on home turf. We'll do hi to the chat in a second. Just let me have a quick look around the kit and check nothing's alerting me. Right, in case there's anyone that's not in the chat and wondering who's warbling at the minute, I'm Mark, your host, and hopefully going to be able to entertain you with some easy pace plane spotting through till around 3:30, 4 o'clock. But there's some caveats. If the action dries up, that's caveat 1, or if the weather turns out to be on the worst side of the forecast. It seems like, and it has rained a bit since I've got here sporadically, heavy rain is expected around 2 to 3 o'clock, 80% chance of heavy rain. So I don't like those odds, so we'll just have to play it by ear really. You know the way it goes, we'll make it up as we go along, or I will certainly. I've got a bit belt and braces on setup, so there's no second camera or anything. It's just bare minimums so that if the weather gets a bit rough, we are well covered. So where was I with my deliberations? I did get slightly excited when I saw on Flight Radar there was an A340 listed, but clearly it's a stale listing that's been picked up by the system. You'll see it slated on the arrivals list for 13:30. I couldn't find the same aircraft on Dubai's departure list, and I couldn't think of an earthly reason why that plane would be coming back again so soon. But I enjoyed the moment. Okay, but what we do have by way of heavy action, of course, is this Dreamliner due out to go out at 11:30. Where are we now? 7 minutes past. I'm not convinced that's going at 11:30, but prove me wrong, Chewy. Let's see what happens. And of course we've got the Emirates Triple, which I think is still on track for an arrival around noon or just before. So yeah, all is set fair really. So let's get into the charts. Let's get into the good bits. I can see for the glare, although there's no actual sun, so here we go. Right, so the chart, as I can see it from the top, is Keith Cornell. And of course Keith celebrated his 65th birthday yesterday and is officially a year older. We'll take a straw poll later in the chat whether we think he's any wiser. We'll just see how it all plays out. But let's do some fireworks for our friend Keith. I know it's not quite the same, but I can't buy beer. Anyway, that was a quick ripple because I know that Keith Cornell has also got his eight-month milestone up for membership, and therefore he gets the burst of fireworks for that. See if we've got a message with it. 3 days, enjoyed every moment. I'm hoping you enjoyed more than 3 days, Chigwell's finest. Anyway, this is the official burst of fireworks for your loyalty to the channel. Oh, dearie me. So let's try and do the chat from the top now. me fast tracking to the fireworks. Feels strange being back here. Anyway, to the chat proper. Nick Gray, good morning to our friend in Boston, Massachusetts. Hoping 11 o'clock is a bit better than 8 o'clock for you. But yeah, anyway, I'm amazed how you manage with so little sleep. You're a superstar. And I can't believe it, the chat has just zoomed off me again. Something's growling over my head. Something that sounds like it's got some decent engines on it. Oh. I think I'm going to have to be a bit less cavalier with the way I'm scrolling this, because I've been moaning about it for a few streams now. Right. So Nick Gray, we said hi to. Alexandra Wood is in the chat, one of our superstar moderators team. Good morning to you, Alexandra. Hope all is going well for you. Sorry about being a bit pausy at the start. I am struggling to keep the chat where it should be. I reckon that's a fast jet up there as well. Wonder if we've got something exciting happening. Right. This is not working properly. I can't believe it. As soon as I touch a bit of the screen, it jumps a lot. Right, I've got it nailed. So Alexandra, thank you for bearing with me. Janine K, see you later. Have a great day, Janine. Thanks for checking in with us. Big wave to Deborah Speller. And Mark Sanderson. How are you doing, Mark Sanderson? Keith's fireworks we've done. The Foxy Bee is in the house. Excellent. Good morning, Foxy Bee. Just going to move the camera a little bit, give it a slightly different perspective. Lucky 7 has already helped me with the sound, but good morning to you formally. Lucky 7. And you're right, Lucky 7, that Prayer Tour 600 departing at 11 o'clock. I think last I looked it was delayed till 10 past 11. Smashing looking aircraft. Looking forward to seeing that. In fact, I've got to be careful it doesn't squirt out here unobserved. Rab H, how you doing, buddy? I hope all is good. Just made it, he's making it. I seem to find a way of just making virtually anything, sort of set out with plenty of time and then fritter it away. Back to the chat. HGC, hello to you. Hope you're keeping well. Stephen Marchant, hello buddy. Hope all is good. Gary Fleming, happy Friday to you, sir. Hope all is good. Another member of the Superstar Moderators team is in the house. Alibi 58. Heavens have opened up. All right, in your part of the world. I'm not sure about Sunday's forecast, to be honest with you. But that's a different day. I think at the minute, if you get too far ahead of yourself with the weather, you're going to come away soaked. Anyway, sorry to hear the heavens are open for you, Alibi. I'm guessing the garden didn't need watering. Mine certainly doesn't. I don't. What time did Lucky 7 post that message? 11:01. I'm wondering if that was the growly sound I heard earlier on. 2 Strato tankers. Although no, you've got them here as just past Hull, so no, something different. Rab says the Emirates triple 1 hour out, so slipped a bit of time, as it has a tendency sometimes to do on the latter stage of the voyage. Also at stand, I'm not sure what that is there actually. If I had to stick a thing on it, that's Air France, isn't it? Looking at the tail. They don't normally use the front gates. Must have come in early. I've not noticed it. British Airways further round at gate 3, and then Squeezy Jet, well, they've got gate 1. Not a Scooby what's on the far side. I know Sun Express are scheduled to be in for 11:15 from Antalya, but running late, so I think it was nearer to 20 to 12 for them. Jonathan McD, good morning to you, Jonathan. Hope all is good. And hello and good morning to Graham Thompson. Good to be back at Newcastle indeed. I've enjoyed the adventures that have come with going different places, and I hope folks who've watched have too. But there is something reassuring about your home beat, you know, Newcastle today and Edinburgh on Sunday. You know, it's your bread and butter, isn't it, really? You know, if you can't get up for those things, the other things are easy to get up for. Strange weather here, it really is. So I think the last few days have been unseasonably cool, but it feels not muggy, but not far short of being muggy. Well, that could be because I put a big chunky fleece on because I thought I'd be cold. Scottish Linda, big wave from Mark back to you, Scottish Linda. Hope all is good. And another wave to the big right hand. Hello to you. Had a good time in Turkey, good stuff. Yeah, the weather here is nothing to write home about, is it? It really isn't. I think that was the very refreshing change for me in Germany, both in Munich and Frankfurt. For the most part, I was in short sleeves. And, well, I had some of that in Guernsey as well the week before, to be fair. But back home, not so much. Still, there's still a bit more summer to be had, so not throwing in the towel on that one yet. Terry the artist. Terry always has blue sky, or he gets more than his share of blue sky, whichever way you want to look at it. How you doing, Tel? Hope all is good. I only have to think about going out the door to buy a paper or something, or nip down the allotment, and it starts spotting with rain. Dr. Kersey, hello to you. Hope all is good. Away to collect the grandchildren. Good stuff. Fridays is our day of being free of grandchild daycare, so to speak. And God love her, you know, wouldn't change anything about Monday through Thursday, but it feels very, very different when you're not being terrorised. Hang on, Smith, let's just smashed into the chat. Let's just hold that thought. Scottish Linda, God love you. What a friend you are. Gifting 10 memberships, 10 memberships to the channel. Let's do the fireworks, because I don't know how we're going to manage with fireworks if the weather turns, but at the minute, it's all right. So, let's get that in my book. Fireworks for you, Linda. Thank you so much. Do you know what? I swear, and I think I've not literally swear, but you know what I mean, that YouTube are getting better at targeting. Ooh, back stairs are off. Perhaps they are going to do 11:30. All things are possible. I see there is a louder air turned on the far side, so I think we've got departure action fairly quickly. But I can see from Scottish Linda's very kind generosity a number of people who've picked up gifted who are in the chat. I love it when that happens. So straight from the top, Lucky 7, Graham Thompson, Jonathan McD, Mike Blunt, Christopher Dennis, Sky Gazing, is that cat or gal? Oh, gal. Yeah, so I'm trying to read through my image looking back at me. Cool handle, that one. Andy Selvage, Mad Matt, John Duff, David Fisher. Well, welcome back and welcome on board and everything in between. Right, let's see if I can get us back into some kind of sequential order. Mike Blunt, the Chewy is off to Cancun. For some reason I always want to say Melbourne, Florida, but that's the other Dreamliner route here. So let's carry on with the hellos. Ishan Divwadi, I know I've not said that quite right, but Ishan, I think I've said your name probably correctly. Welcome to the show. Pleased to meet you. I'm Mark. Ian Finley, hello to you, buddy. I think in terms of scraping anything skywise here, it's pretty much total cloud cover of different heights. And if I can just, I don't know if the camera will do it justice, definitely raining that end of the airfield, which is the best place for it, to be honest. We'll keep the camera on the Dreamliner. In fact, let's stay on the front steps. I see somebody in a high-vis bib, which kind of suggests to me we are pretty much getting close to that door closing. Came in earlier on a positioning flight from Manchester. Carl Shield, good morning to you from a wet Dublin. I reckon, it sounds like Edinburgh's wet. I reckon we'll be wet here before the show closes. Looks like we're going to have to get through that grotty passage of wet weather, but we'll do it. Rab says, oh, forecast looking rubbish but Sunday at Knock Hill. I'm watching the Edinburgh situation pretty carefully. I'm relaxed about streaming in the wet, to be fair, as long as it's not stair rod. Because obviously getting set up and taken down is quite tricky before you get into the actual other risks to equipment, but we'll go steady as she goes on that one. If for some reason the weather is so rubbish that we can't do it, we'll do Wednesday instead. So this Lauda Europe departure that is just about to grace your screen. Runway 25, by the way, in operation here, so this is going to take the long taxi out to the bottom of the track, best part of 2,300 metres or thereabouts. It's part of the Ryanair group, and it is a Ryanair flight. Maverick 79, how are you doing, buddy? Hope all is good. Air France have pushed back. I'm just going to go to that because it reminds me very quickly I missed during Sunday's show Sarah Louise's very generous Ko-fi donation. I only picked it up when I reviewed it when I got back. And without further ado, let's get it up on the screen. So Sarah Louise says thanks for the great shows from Germany, and she's enjoyed her 7 months with the channel. Not as much as we've enjoyed having you with us, Sarah. So thank you so much for your very kind donation. I'm really sorry I missed it in the excitement. I've no clue how, but it happens. And let's get the fireworks on for you. And back into the good mornings. Ms. Armaz, hello to you. Hope all is good. Jonathan McD, I just don't know what to expect today weather-wise. I really don't. But that's part of the excitement, I suppose. You can quote me on that later. Yvonne V, hello to you, Yvonne. Hope all is good. And Yvonne's got the Chewy emoji deployed, and in fact we're going to get to see, let's go back to the Chewy. Still wondering what's happening up the front of the bus. Steps are still there. More conversations between the ops guys and the cabin staff. Hold on a minute, this is proving tricky to catch hold of. Yvonne V has very kindly gifted 5 memberships. Bear with me while I try to find who got them. Well, actually, I'm out of sequence. Let's go. Oh no, I'm right. Ignore me. Along the way, Brian Bonser, hello to you in New South Wales, Australia. Welcome to Newcastle, United Kingdom. Political bias, good morning to you, buddy. And Daniel Watkins, hi to you, Daniel. Hope all is good. Right, Yvonne V. Let's do the fireworks first. Air France on the move. This Embraer 190 actually started out with KLM City Hopper. I've forgotten when, but hasn't always been in Air France's colours. I think it joined Air France around January 2022. Let's see if I've got my notes to hand before we get back to who got the memberships. Yeah, started out with KLM in November. Oh, I can't believe it. Well, I'll tell you what, that's telescope number 14. I never saw that baby go. So let's concentrate on the next departure. I can't believe it. That was a cheap telescope and a bizjet. What a killer. Anyway, I think I hit Yvonne's fireworks, and the memberships went to John Rucroft, Simon Smith, Mikey, Carolyn and Steve M. Awesome stuff. And Mizamaz has very kindly gifted a membership as well, which, can I do it before this? Thank you, Mizam. Let's do the fireworks now. Awesome support to the channel. That plane hasn't moved, has it? I do not want another telescope. And Mizam's gifted went to Angus O. Welcome aboard, Angus O. Good morning, Paul's Hijinks. Hope you're doing well, buddy. Brian Pounder, hello to Brian Pounder. Lucky 7 says we've got an ATR 15 minutes out, and that was posted 3 minutes ago, so 12 minutes till we get our first turboprop of the show. Cool, yep. I'm accepting, I'm telescope 14, Gary, no arguments on that one. I was too excited by the fireworks, and it's my own fault because I should have been watching flight radar. The way they come out from the bizjet park, you don't get much of a sight really. And if you know that, do something about it. Rab H, family first. Your excuse is way better than mine. I don't even know how I missed it. Right, I think I'm up to date, but I'm just going to go back through the chat to be sure, because it's always that first phase of the show that is a little bit trickier to Hey, we're rolling. Good morning to you, Martin Batchelor. So where are we? Sun Express over Leeds at 11:21, so they'll be getting up towards Teesside or beyond now, which is cool. Alright, I think I better see what's making all that bleeping now. Linda Cooper. How are you doing, Linda? Hope all is good. Down in Shropshire, seeing Mum. And you've seen the beluga. I've yet to see the beluga in person, has to be said. I'm assuming that is the Belfast departure, but better check that out for certainty. Yeah, Belfast. An A319-100, 12 years of age, making a fairly short hop. Old Drew, don't worry mate, if you slept in, you must have needed the Zs. Sylvia Barker, hello to you Sylvia. And Foxy B has so kindly coffeed us with a coffee. Thank you Foxy B. Another great long-term friend of the channel. We will get those fireworks on imminently. Awesome stuff. Off in the bushes goes that one. So I think we'll go down the track to the Air France Embraer 190. They're holding, so one can only assume something is inbound. So Foxy B, I will get that coffee later. Thank you so much. Oh, political bias. Also Kofiing us, me. Oh, everything's bleeping. Kofi, left, right, centre. Thank you so much, political bias. Fantastic support, buddy. So I'm confused now. I don't think I've hit Foxy's fireworks. If I have, you get to you blow me away, folks. Oh, we're waiting for a tiddler, are we? Is it just snuck in? No, not snuck in. Snuck in. What do you reckon, folks? Is that a telescope? Probably technically is. So political biases, fireworks next. Thank you, buddy. And I see an anonymous Kofi from someone. Someone, I don't know who someone is. We'll perhaps catch that up in a minute. Let's just see if I can get wiser on that. John Taylor, hello to you. Aparna Pramnik, hello to you. Right, let's get someone's fireworks up. Someone, we love you. And will we get Darren Hadley's fireworks off too? Possibly. I think I might have to make some adjustments with the setup as well. But in the meantime, Darren Hadley, thank you so much for being a member of Plain Sailing Aviation for the last 5 months. Here's your fireworks, my friend. Great support. I think you're right, Gary Fleming. I'm just going to have to accept that Chewy Dreamliner push back. Let's see if I can tempt number 16. Because you know what's going to happen the minute I look at this Dreamliner pushing back. The departing plane will start to roll. Or not. Political Bias has been a member for the last 8 months. In fact, you've been longer than that, haven't you, PB? You've been with us in one way, shape or form pretty much from the beginning. Always friendly people in here. Honestly, that speaks for me when you say that, and I know pretty much everybody in the chat would say that. I think it's one of the things that makes this so much fun. All right, see if I can get more of the overhead shot this time. A bit more slack. So Belfast flight hasn't yet lined up. Let's get PB's fireworks for 8 months on the clock. Where does the time go? Here we go. Trying to keep up with the pace of things. Daniel Watkins celebrates 8 months as a member of Plain Sailing Aviation. I know we can squeeze this in. Let's go. Thank you, Daniel. Right. Les Donaldson is in the house. Good morning, Les. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. So we've got one Dreamliner, still clipped to its tug, I think. You haven't got the cleanest of views there, but oh no, it's just withdrawing now. We've got a baby bus, an EasyJet baby bus at that, at the far end at runway 25, waiting to line up. Let's just see what's grooving and moving. And Alibi 58, actually your comment speaks to me as well, insofar as anybody that I've failed to acknowledge during this opening phase of the show, welcome to Newcastle and Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm Mark, pleased to be with you. And of course folks, please get that like on early. It helps us so much when we're live. Makes such a difference. I can see something twinkling on yon horizon. I'm assuming, although my flight radar shows it going off in a different direction, it's the inbound Aer Lingus ATR. That's what I believe it to be, an ATR 72-600, 7 years of age. It just doesn't seem to be pointing the right way, and it looks like ATC fancy getting this baby bus out first anyway. So no, it's not the ATR. I think it is that Sun Express 737 MAX 8, 5 years of age, inbound from Antalya having departed 4 hours 25 minutes ago. ATR, I think he's going to make a nice little Etch-a-Sketch loop and follow in behind the Sun Express arrival. Where's the Dreamliner? Dreamliner's there. Inbound plane. Pretty much in our line of sight. In fact, let's get ready for it. So, anyone new to Newcastle, that is runway 25, the engine we're looking at. Sun Express, going to be on your screen momentarily. I'm not sure if I'm honest, from 8k subscribers, I think around 50, if I remember correctly. So I think maybe it's fewer than that actually, because it fluctuates a little bit. I'm going to say last I looked 46 more for 8k. So that's something, I've forgotten about that. Weird though, because I hadn't forgotten about it this morning. I'll be honest, I did wonder if today might be the day we hit the milestone. Let's try and get a clean grab on this. So yeah, we're not far off. Just looking at the chat about Rab and his new car. Real conflict for the lad now. He's got a great new car and he's got a great e-bike. I think the weather probably helps a lot with prioritising who gets track time. So this should go back out again, sort of, well it's late, quite a bit late now, isn't it? I think allowing for lateness in, about 25 past 12 something in that region. So next to go folks, a chewy Dreamliner. Living that dream. Right, our inbound Aer Lingus ATR is shortly to arrive. I'm going to say shortly, I mean very shortly. Having departed Belfast 45 minutes ago. So we'll find the Dreamliner first. That was easy enough, wasn't it? And to the right of that, there you go, is our ATR. Show regulars will know I had for me, a privilege of flying back from Guernsey on an ATR 72-500, and my first time on an ATR, but loved it. Very comfortable flight. Whether I'd love it as much in December or something, I don't know. But even Mrs. PSA thought it was a very comfortable flight. Had a little crab on there, did it not? Although the wind is not very strong. Went for the wheelie. Right, come out the bushes. Just track with this at the minute because that Dreamliner isn't doing anything perceptible from this end at the minute. I'll have a look, Lucky 7 on Metar in a minute. There must be an element of crosswind looking at that ATR and the way it tracked in. But wind is certainly not a factor at this end. I see plenty of turboprop emoji action. Gary Fleming, Yvonne V, Les Donaldson, and Yvonne for some more. Simon Kirby, good morning to you, Simon. Right, let's get the Dreamliner. It's just inching forward. That 60 odd meters of wingspan. Looks like we're going as well. No dallying. ATR hasn't gone far, like not far at all. Not sure what it's holding for. Got an abundance of gates to choose from. Simon Kirby, keep him well, mate. Keep him well. I think Rab H, you're probably right about the e-bike. I mean, distances you crack on with. Right, I was going to look into the crosswind element in a minute. Yeah, Scottish Linda, don't forget we're on Sunday morning. Don't be forsaking us. I've discovered what the delay was. British Airways needing to come out first. Baby bus 338 Airbus 319-100. Which reminds me, have folks seen it in the various aviation chitter chat that they follow, that BA have brought their A319 back from Madrid, the one in the BEA special livery. I've seen it in 2 or 3 places now, so it must be kosher. Just not sure what the plan is, whether they're going to bring it in back into service or... "100 likes up." Thank you so much, Gary Fleming, for alerting me, and indeed everybody that has hit that button. Let's just rest on the tower for a second, in case anyone hasn't seen the tower before. But main thing is, thank you so much. It's smashing to get the 100 up on the board. There's Donaldson on that one too. Excellent team. And if you hit that button, thank you so much for being part of it all. Good morning to Katie D. Hello to you. I'm Mark. Hope all is good. And Paul Usher is in the house. How goes it, Paul Usher? Happy Friday, buddy. Right, I think we'll pick up the British Airways departure. We'll wait there for it. Lucky 7 updating me on the 777, Emirates 15 minutes out, and that was 11:51. Crikey, I'm catching up. How are we doing?
Right.
Stay with that one for the minute while I have a quick scan of the wider horizon. Now it looks like it's all about British Airways for the next bit of action for us. Ian Child, good morning to you, Ian. How goes it? Now this should be a turn and burn, I reckon. A BA turn and burn. No, I got that one misforecasted. Right, wasn't the turn and burn I advertised, was it? But I think it's going, won't be hanging about. So I've been holding off all show before asking the following question. What do we reckon, folks? What's happening tonight on the football front? Are Germany gonna be surprised? Let's just chuck it out there. In the meantime, while I see where that goes, we've got the Emirates 777 just crossing Sunderland, I think, at the minute. I think interesting point really, Rab H. I've already caught it before, but I'd love to see it again. It is I'm not sure it's my favourite retro. I'll take a slight difference with Les on that, but I'm probably slicing the salami because I love it. You know what I mean? Dr. Kersey, welcome back. So let's have a look. Before we do any football chit chat, political bias. You superstar gifting a membership to the channel. I just see land, and that has gone to KTD. I love the circle of life when the beneficiary is in the show. Political bias. Fireworks for you, mate. Don't quite get so much of a shot here, do we? So our 777 ain't going to be long now, folks. I haven't really got anything else to show you at the minute but this, but I can show you a superb piece of engineering in the next 10 minutes or so. So let's get to it, because I want to see what the consensus is on the footy. So Scottish Linda goes for Scotland to win or draw. Rab says win or get gubbed. Is that going to be, in English, is that a drubbing? Got to be honest with you, I fancy the draw for some reason. I just think that Scotland have got the ability to be everybody's second team in this tournament, or first team, of course, if it is your first team, but you know what I mean. There's always a team that captures the mood, and I'm really hoping Scotland can do that. So let's see who else thinks what. Neil McGarity, hello Neil. Paul Usher, he's going to go Germany 5, Scotland 0. Bookmakers pretty much confer, don't they? I think I had a quick look when I was show prepping, and one of the leading sites was definitely odds on for Germany to win it. But if you think about it, it lifts a lot of pressure off the other team too, doesn't it? You always want to start well, but when someone says, well, you're never going to win that one. I'm liking Gubb though. Gubbed. Lucky 7, Scotland to win, 1-0. Oh, even getting down to who's scoring it. Begin to get the goal. Well, I think I'm looking forward to the game, to be honest. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'm half Scottish, so but tend to follow England more than Scotland. Cards on the table. Like both teams to do well, but to be truthful, I'm not that fussed about the England team. I'd rather Scotland did better, to be honest. Chuck that one out there. Today's controversy. I've become bored over the years by the commercialisation that goes with the England setup and all the phony stuff that goes off. So anyway, by the by. And of course the Scots are in Munich, aren't they, for tonight? And that's where I was last week. Boy, is that going to be good. Paul Usher, who very kindly gifts us a membership, who was very generous at the weekend as well. Not the weekend, was it last week? Yeah, I've lost track. Was it last Friday at Munich? God, it's all a blur. That 777 is now on my eye line, high as it is, so here's Paul's fireworks. Thank you so much, Paul Usher. Janine Kay, who was in the show earlier, has also benefited from your generosity. Great stuff. Christian Gardner, good morning Christian. Newbie to the channel? Well listen, it's great to have you with us, my friend. I'm Mark, so we'll do a sort of, what's the word I'm after? Metaphorical handshake. It's not the word I was after, but you get a general idea. Back in the footy chat though, Ian Child, I honestly think home has all sorts of advantages, but I think the first game is always the nervous one for the host. Once they get going, they'll be hard to beat, but getting going, it's all about that, isn't it? Anyway, get the refreshments in. Good morning DB Bassman, how are you doing? Chipaz 1990, hello to you. The beast from the Middle East. It's certainly a beast. Do you know what? Looks like the clouds are, oh, I was going to say lifting. They're only lifting in one place. That's okay, because that just gives us a chance to grab hold of that beast. Its wingspan, what, 64 point something meters, if memory serves. A beauty. Thunderstorms soon for DB Bassman. To my right, the sky has gone very heavy, very unwelcome kind of heavy. Heavier than what you see above that plane. The wind started out southwesterly and he's going to transition to west southwesterly. Belated answer to Lucky Seven's question about crosswind component, because I don't think it can be that strong because the wind is negligible. Let's just get that off the screen so I can see the full details on METAR. 3 knots of crosswind, so that ATR must have worked hard to find that. Just starting to feel a bit of drizzle. If it picks up, I'll have to get into plan B mode team, but I'll just put the camera somewhere neutral and do my thing. And so we've got a little tiddler coming out. I'll watch that one carefully. Stay with this for the minute though. So as always folks, if you're enjoying the show, you like what you see, please do hit the like button. It's the easiest way to help the channel, and we are on the cusp of getting somewhere towards 8k subscribers. Not a big number compared to the big channels, but for a small channel like us, proper birthday cake type moment really. So if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. We really would. Just hit the button, it's entirely free. Well, we just roll in with this magnificent plane. Although I'm going to have to take you away shortly because we've got a tiddler pretty much in the blocks. In fact, I'll do it now. Do it now! We'll not stay with it for long. Guessing we'll see that again fairly quickly. Alibi 58, you've got some real challenges tomorrow, have you not? Or tonight, should I say. Losing track of the days. You're going to have multi-screen on the go. Two Thick Diaz, hello to you. Welcome to Newcastle. Anyone new to the channel, that is the metro line that runs directly behind the position. It's a regular feature of the show, the sound of rumbling trains. Not my stomach, not yet a while anyway. Just going back up the chat, political bias, I've just seen your earlier comment about being disillusioned with football. I must be honest, I think the commercialisation of it is probably driving my personal disillusionment with it. I'm just doing a runway check. I just wanted to be sure. So weather-wise, I think it could get quite tasty, to be honest. So this aircraft is scheduled to go back out at 2:15. Ooh, thirsty work. Katie's had a tea. Life works better with you. Is tea meal or pot of tea? Both work for me. That's just what we needed right now. Let's find out what's supposed to be happening next anyway, because when I did the pre-show prep, there wasn't any significant gaps listed. Oh, Paul Usher, you've just lit my screen up green. Gifting very generously, on top of your earlier gift, 5 memberships. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's give you the fireworks. And of course, anybody watching, all of this goes into the channel itself. Nothing in it for Eddie and I. Content, data, equipment, travel, that's it. 100% reinvested and more. Anyway, here we go. Firework time. So who got those memberships? That's the all important question. Bobo, Esther L, Lucky Strike, Terry Ashworth and Kenneth Bowles. Come on down one and all. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Good morning to Dylan McTurk. Right, where was I going with this? I was back to the chat, sorry, 10 past 12. So I see delayed on a few planes. It's interesting, isn't it, that it's becoming a pretty recurrent feature, delays. And I'm not pointing at Newcastle with that one because I'm looking at the arrivals screen. But yeah. So certainly the next arrival was supposed to be the Ryanair flight from Alicante, now coming in at 1:05. The Chewy fly from Palma de Mallorca, delayed until 1:15. Oh, hang on a minute, hold that thought. Les Donaldson, superstar Les, superstar moderator, has forgiven me. It's taken him a few days, to be fair, but he has forgiven me for my condor moments during last Sunday's stream at Frankfurt. I did send Les a souvenir picture of one of the stripy condors. Apparently he's now got his mail settings so that future submissions send that straight to the spam box, but that's what happened. Anyway, fireworks for Les. Cheers, buddy. That is much appreciated. Even if the photographs of the condors were not. So where was I? Ran through his lunch up. Good afternoon, John Kenneth Williams. How are you doing? Hope you're keeping well, buddy. Really, I should have actually done a on-screen. Excuse me. That's not coming today. Anyway.
One of these ones? I saw an interesting.
Oh, excuse me, let me just get my feet in the ground. Anyway, as you can see, our 777 is busy being restacked, stacked and loaded, ready for the punters. All that champagne. 134 likes, says KTD. Let's see where we can take it. It will be really good.
Would that be it? Coming from Dubai.
It's not coming here though, is it?
I don't know where it's going. It's 2 hours away.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that one. Yep, Skylark sounds in the background, Foxy B. I'm always impressed when people can tell the different song. On account, I can't. Right, so I was looking into the prognosis on arrivals. So it looks to me like we are short on arrival action for the best part of half an hour when Jet 2 breezes in from Alicante. That's not what I wanted to see. And I know you'll be the same. Michelle Johnson, good morning, Michelle. Just finished your fry up. Late breakfast, early lunch, or is it a brunch? Anyway, I hope you're doing well. And you've got your seedy fat balls going for the birds. Good stuff. Lovely to have you with us, Michelle. Rab H, it is a curiosity, isn't it, that 340? But not happening now. There's no aircraft allocated at all, is there? It's just like a ghost slot. I must admit, yesterday I got a little bit excited, as is my habit. But I did have a bit of cynicism about it, because I couldn't imagine for the life of me why we'd get that 340 back again, sort of 3 weeks or so since we last saw it. Anyway, so departure action. The ATR that I was settled on a few minutes ago is going back to Belfast imminently. And let's have a look. Yeah, that's a little bit later than advertised. Is now going back at 12:30. Blow me down. In fact, Flight Radar's got this listed 4 times on my screen. It must be the same for you at home. Having a bad hair day, I'm thinking. Sun Express not going tender. We've hit a blooming, what's the word I'm after? An aviation desert moment. That is the thing. Oh. Chipaz 1990 says WestJet due to start the Halifax to Edinburgh route next Thursday. Ooh, that's a tempting bit of fruit, Chipaz. I think though Thursday's probably going to be out of the question for yours truly, sadly. I think I was saying earlier in the stream, if we can't do Sunday, and the plan is still to do Sunday, so locked and loaded for Sunday morning, thumbnail is out there, but if the weather forecast goes ridiculously south, we will pivot towards a Wednesday stream from Edinburgh. Thursday I've just got too many other things, although a new route is always a juicy pearl, isn't it? Definitely. Don't worry, Ab H, I'm not going to nip off to Greg's. I saw Dylan McTurk's comment. I thought, yeah, that could be the place to just get reprovisioned. I'd never get back here quickly enough. And that is true. So let's just quickly check the weather actually while we're about it. Because as I was saying earlier, I'm going to have to be pretty much on my A game. That's not promising, is it? So by 1 o'clock, if the weather bods are on their A game, it's going to be teeing it down. 80% probability of heavy rain. I look behind me though, and it looks not too bad. So all to play for. Temperatures around 15 degrees. Feels a bit warmer than that, to be truthful. And winds pretty negligible really. Where are we at the minute? 8 mile an hour, gusting at 15, going to the windsock. Let's give you some visual representation. Oh, look at that. That's not, if you dropped a £20 note, it's not going to blow it far away from you, is it? Even here, I don't even get the camera to get on it. Let's see if I can. There you go. I've kind of popped the umbrella down, my coat and some other bits and pieces. Now I wouldn't normally do that if there was much wind, because I'd be chasing the brolly. Crikey, are we still deboarding this? Am I being impatient or... Well, don't worry, Scottish Linda, we will be trying to oblige on Sunday, definitely. I think at the minute though, the weather forecast is proving such a fickle master, isn't it really? Assume rain and see if you can be pleasantly surprised. Something growling overhead, no chance of getting on that, sadly. So we've talked football. Oh, I know what caught my eye. Have folks seen in the story in the media about a couple from Bristol that thought they were getting a Ryanair flight to Barcelona? I think we're celebrating a birthday occasion with friends and family, and somehow ended up in Lithuania, I think it was. Now, if you look that one up on the BBC website, don't leave the stream to do that, of course. But there's a picture of them sitting there looking forlorn on the settee. But I was just thinking, how is that possible? How many things would have to go wrong for that to happen? So clearly, no one's checking your boarding pass at any point. You've not managed to read the departure board properly in terms of getting to your gate. Usually they announce on the plane where it's going before it's gone, and yet you still found yourself in Lithuania. And worse still, you've wanted to tell other people about it. What do you reckon, folks? How many things have to go wrong for this to happen? And if it happened to you, would you want the BBC coming to take your picture and just, I don't know, risk holding you up to ridicule? Just a thought. Good afternoon, chavs. How are you doing? Rab says, like the football fans that went to Budapest instead of Bucharest. I've got a little bit more sympathy on that one. They at least begin with B. Not a lot of sympathy, but some sympathy. But what do you reckon? Am I being too harsh? Have you ever ended up somewhere on the wrong plane to the wrong location? I'm thinking it's pretty hard to do. Hello, Andy. Hello to you. The growl I heard a few minutes ago was a Ryanair overhead from Stockholm to Liverpool. Crikey, sounded better than that. I mean, I think you're right, Les. Absolutely crazy. When you sit down and you think, what would have to go wrong? Let's talk about what's going right. We've got something coming in. Is it that little light aircraft that we waved off a little while ago? Better not chase it too much, it's only a dot. Yeah, Eddie sent me the link to it with a bit of a chortle, really, because the couple were sitting there all serious and diddle-diddle-did. Hazy there. It is quite warm here for 15 degrees. If it wasn't for the fact I know it's going to rain, I'd take this fleece off, whereas yesterday I didn't feel like that. Andy says, didn't the couple have mental health issues? I didn't see that, and that would be something that would make at least their end of the story more explainable, wouldn't it? You know, and if they've not travelled before and all the rest of it. Yeah, I suppose that takes care of one half of the story. I think if you still go back one and say, well, what about everybody else in the equation? You know, the people whose day job it is to make sure that the wrong people don't get on the wrong planes. It's just crackers. I think I made a note of what Bristol Airport said. Let's see if did I cut and paste it? Just, it made me laugh, really. It was almost... So let's check this one out. So yeah, if mental health issues were in the story, well then that is on its own merits, of course. So I'm not making light of that. Hadn't seen that. Let's go back to the high-vis parade that are getting ready to service this 777. But anyway, Bristol Airport, what was the quote they had against them? Bristol said it was working to investigate what happened and make improvements. And make improvements? I said to Mrs. PSA, someone's getting fired. That's what making improvements is. I must look dodgy because I seem to have to show my boarding pass and my passport all the time. Feels like it anyway. Ah, I'm liking the full details on that. Well, that is a hell of a story. Dylan McTurk says Ryanair lands at Prestwick and tells you you're in Glasgow. Now, I've got some sympathy for folks who end up the wrong end of this London Luton, London Prestwick type. Oh, sorry, Glasgow Prestwick. Get myself tangled up kind of thing. You know, when I don't know, you're stretching the branding a little bit. Either which way, they found themselves an awfully long way from Barcelona, where their family and friends were waiting for them, and well, temperatures can't have been up to much either, I would have thought, relatively. Now you see, Michelle Johnson, I always think at the airport the tannoy announcements are pretty good and the departure boards are pretty easy to read, even allowing for my scatty ways. Railway stations, I would entirely agree. I find railway announcements very difficult to pick up sometimes. And I'd say it's a lot easier. Looks like our ATR's pushed back, folks. We've got departure action imminent. So getting on the wrong train, yeah, I reckon that's remarkably easy, to be fair. You can probably tell I've done it. Yeah, Les, I did see the Palmer Airport, some of the footage. Mental, wasn't it? Absolutely mental. We've had some really savage airport downpours, haven't we, recently? Thinking about Dubai particularly, spotting the rain here now. Les, you've awoken the rain god. Tailboy 57, hello to you, Tailboy 57. 150 likes up, says Gary Fleming. Thank you, everybody. Let's see if we can push the dial north of 200. It's the hill over the next one kind of thing. In the meantime, we'll keep the cameras rolling and hope against hope that we somehow dodge the bullet that is a rainy day at Newcastle. I'm still smiling to myself with a reminiscence of streaming from Frankfurt at the Be Mine Hotel. What it felt like to actually stream from a hotel, not from behind your bedroom window kind of thing, but actually from a proper perspective. I mean, there's some compromises on that occasion. Audio wasn't quite what it should be, but it was lovely to be able to set your stall out and not worry about having to put it all back in a bag really quickly. So, unsigned chat, I'm not sure if I've said hi, but for the avoidance of doubt, how you doing? How are you doing? Now here's a random fact for you, and I bet everyone in the chat knows this except me, because that's just the way it goes. But in the paper earlier on in the week, there was, I think, Henry Winkler, that most of us will know as the Fonz from that 1970s, don't you call it really? Court show, I think. Court show. Anyway, long story short, after the success of being Henry Fonzarelli, apparently he was offered the part of Danny in Grease before John Travolta was offered it. Now I happen to think John Travolta was the better choice for that, but I hadn't realised that Henry Winkler was the actual first choice. Anyone else not know that? Looks like we're having a short one out for this ATR, exporting fresh air back to the Republic of Ireland. Not Republic, Northern Ireland. Get my islands right. So it's going to swoop round and go. Happy days indeed. Chipaz 1990. On a Friday, that's when I knew I'd finished school. Used to get in and put that on. There was always something on I didn't like first, but I used to love Happy Days. Good afternoon, Trevor Russell. Unsigned chat. Don't you just love Friday? I'm retired and I love Friday. I don't know. The day you give up on the significance of Friday, it's like, yeah, you don't want to be doing that. Definitely not. Scottish Linda got on the wrong bus years ago. Let's see if I can follow up the rest of that, because the question's going to be, at what point did you realise it was the wrong bus? You see, I reckon that would be easy to do. I had that moment at Munich airport when I got the bus to the hotel. You can't really go wrong, but I did have this, you know, like you do. Am I sure this is the right bus? Yeah, Linda, how far did you go? Sylvia Barker is hanging on to some sunshine in her part of Essex. It's forsaken the northeast of England, or certainly my postcode at this exact minute, although I can see a tiny bit of blue at 10 o'clock to my position. But it's drizzling light and persistently now. Keo 1711. Hello Keo, I'm Mark. Welcome to the show. Hope all is good. So Dr. Kersey's favourite airline is Air Canada with their 7878 Dreamliner. I suppose the question is, Dr. Kersey, is that to look at or to ride on? Opens up a few extra lines of potential excitement, if you say, for me, because I haven't been on that greater breadth of planes. But yeah, let's just see which way that goes. Andy says, isn't the phrase jumping the shark from Happy Days? I don't know, I can't remember, Andy. Anyone else? I probably should try and look up some old episodes just for nostalgic purposes. I know Henry Winkler's lines were fairly easy to memorise, weren't they? There's a lot of hey. Although I did also read in the article he's severely dyslexic, so I guess learning his lines would have been a particular challenge for him as well. Made a great career. Dylan McTurk says, had a couple on a flight a few weeks ago going to Tenerife, but they were actually going to Gran Canaria. Oh. Cheaper to go Tenerife than fly direct. There's always that time element as well though, isn't there? Unsigned chat. I haven't heard anything, and I always do a quick roundup on new routes for the airports I stream from. So for example here, let's just remind myself of what I need to tell you, because I've forgotten about that. Ryanair apparently have got a new route to Marrakesh starting twice a week from October, and also October, I guess this reflects the facts the airlines are all busy putting the meat on the bones for their winter timetables. EasyJet are going to be giving up a new Newcastle connection to Paris from October. Although I'm not sure if that's Paris Charles de Gaulle or one of the satellite looky-likey ones like Beauvais or whatever. Anyone know more on that one? But back to Unsigned Chat's question. I think Eastern Airways are probably the intuitive likely home for picking up the Aberdeen route. If they don't, I don't think it's happening, is it? So Scottish Linda's bus was in the opposite direction. Oh man, it's almost like that fall asleep on the train and wake up past your stop. I've done that before, not funny. Done it on the underground a few times as well when I've used to work in London. Oh dear, the Foxy Beat has got cold and wet in Nottingham. Sorry to hear that, Foxy Beat. It looks like the only sunshine to be had is probably going to be found in Essex. Sylvia Barker has a bit of it. Not sure if she can keep it, but ride on, says Dr. Kersey. Right, I think in terms of current travel, I haven't flown on anything big and sexy. Airline wise, Sun Express are pushing back. Turn that one around fairly quickly. KLM are, I think, really good to fly with, although I say that, and the trip I've just come back from, we went tech, delaying the departure on the way out. That could happen to anybody. But then I think the bigger sin was they put me on a connecting flight that my luggage had got no chance of catching up with, which left me at the destination without all my stuff. I think that was pretty rubbish, but the in-flight experience with KLM is really good. I have to say, coming back with CityJet at the weekend, which is obviously a Lufthansa wet lease, that was a really good ride. That was a CRJ 1000 Eurolight, very comfortable, and the stewardess, well, one of the stewardesses, very, very attentive lady. I'd fallen asleep. Have I mentioned the fact I fall asleep a lot? Yeah, I fell asleep somewhere in the middle bit, as I often do. And when I woke up and I was chatting to the lady next to me, the stewardess come back and says, "Oh, you were asleep when I came by with a drink with water earlier on. Would you like a bottle?" Now, I've never known that happen on anybody's airline. John Driscoll, good morning to you. Is it good morning, good afternoon here? I'm not sure where it'll be for you, but yeah, good afternoon, mate. Christian Gardner flew out on a 787 Dreamliner Monday. Never been on one. Oh, fly out. So you've got a big moment coming. Hope that's great. Be excited too. Just can't decide what to do about the weather at the minute. It is still spitting with no intensity. But I am fearing I might need to get into lockdown mode. So the new route, the EasyJet, or reinstated route, is Paris Charles de Gaulle. That'll be interesting because I think Air France are quite pricey whenever I do a dive in to guess the ticket price. And I think EasyJet will open it up a bit more. Because the other option for me, of course, is going EasyJet to Paris from Edinburgh. But then that's petrol, parking, so you probably don't save anything. Jack McAlpine, hello to you from Cramlington Hospital. Jack, that's working, isn't it? Not sitting in A&E or anything like that. Let's just get that one straight. I think Chip has, it's a good point you make about the Teesside connection. I just don't know, I kind of fear that might be something that we just lose for a bit, which would be a shame. Plane you're looking at, a 737 MAX 8, shortly to return to Antalya. Ooh, surgery last night. By jingo, Jack. obviously we don't want to get into your medical history. Is this something that's come up unexpected, or did you know you were going to be going in? Either which way, you have mine and Eddie's best wishes, and I know I'm channeling that from everybody else in the show. Blimey. Well, helping you pass a bit of time away. Dylan McTurk says EasyJet are going to see if the numbers add up with the Paris route. Yeah, I think they don't tend to give long though, do they, with these things, if they don't hit the ground running? But my instincts tell me they'll do all right with that. We had originally, well, it's almost fated really. Me and Mrs. PSA were going to go to Paris last spring, cancelled it because there was all those protests and stuff being set on fire last spring. This spring looked at it again around the same time, and Air France, which is the local connection for us here, it was ridiculously priced. Just numbers weren't there really, so we didn't do it. We figured that we'd rather do something else with the money. I think if EasyJet had been an option, then we could have probably brought that baby home. Andy says Henry Winkler's greatest passion is fly fishing. Did not know that. Travelling the world fishing. That'd be living your dream, wouldn't it, if that was your thing? I used to love fishing as a kid. Somehow the time ran away from me once I become a parent. John Driscoll, delighted to have you with us, mate. It's a real pleasure to be back here as well. I was saying earlier on in the show, we've been on our adventures recently, and that's been great. Nice to be able to see a bit of something different, but then bring it back to home base. So here today, Edinburgh on Sunday. Forecasts haven't been great for either show, but you can kind of cover that off to a fair degree. As long as you can get set up, you're in business. It is certainly not a cold day here. Justine Hewitt, hello to you. Hope the week's been good. You and Martin are off to Zante tomorrow. Woohoo! That's a woohoo from me as well. Yeah, you're going to do better than we're going to be doing on weather. I'm absolutely delighted for you. Have a great time. Sadly, I'll not be able to cover your departure, but I do wish you a happy trip. I bet you can't wait. Yeah, Les, the Sun Express is just drying the tarmac off. It always amazes me how they always seem to find a bit of water, don't they? Although, looking at it, there's a little bit to work on. Oh my lord, Jack McAlpine, that sounds extremely stressful. How long are they keeping you? Are you going to be in tonight? Are you got to wait a few days? Anyway, you're in our thoughts, buddy. Oh, plane's moving. Try a bit of tarmac up over here. I did wonder when I checked the listings whether we were going to get the Sun Express in Paw Patrol livery like we saw in Munich last Friday. Not a big fan of Paw Patrol per se. Let's just go back to the triple while we're waiting for the departing plane to get past the hedge line. Blinking hedge line. Mark Carden, hello to you. Oh, you're right, Mark. There is also the Lyon service that connects in January 2025. That is, I understand, to hopefully, from their perspective, tap into the skiing travel market. I think I got that right. Thanks for the nudge on that, mate. And Dan Harker, hello to you. Paid £315 for 2 tickets. Newcastle Charles de Gaulle return, end of August. No, that weren't too bad. I'd take that. We were looking originally around April time, April, May time, and it was, if memory serves, I've been to bed a few times since, something in the region of £400 each. And that's economy, of course, you know, we're not flash at plain sailing aviation towers. And I was a bit gutted at the time because I'd not flown in an Embraer 190. And I thought that would be quite nice if I can tick that one off. Although ironically, with my misconnection going to Amsterdam last week, the Amsterdam to Munich leg should have been a KLM E195 E2, and because the connection was missed, we ended up on a Lufthansa A319. Don't get me wrong, that was my debut flight with Lufthansa, so there's always an upside, but I was so much looking forward to getting on the 195. But no, I think 315 for 2 tickets return is pretty canny. Well done you, Dan. Oh, Alibi, you always keep me straight with the Facebook group, don't you? So a number of folks have been gifted memberships during the show, and part of that membership includes a Facebook group. So the link is there. We'd love to have you with us. If you aren't so fussed with Facebook, we have started now putting some of the pictures that we post on Facebook onto Ko-fi as well. So the kofi.com link, although that's the donation link in the chat, but you can work out how to get to plain sailing aviation. You don't have to make a donation, just follow us on there. To be fair, Facebook is the superior product because it's more interactive, and I say that not as a Facebook fan. I've only started using Facebook since we set this group up, but my anecdotal perception is it's probably the most interactive way of doing it. Chipaz asks about Riyadh Air or Saudi Air starting to Newcastle. I've generally taken the view that I could see it happen as part of that deeper integration between Saudi Air, the football club, the investment fund, and all that malarkey. I know that's not, I think the opinion's divided on that one, but you could definitely see it happening. So our inbound plane is a Jet 2 737 from Alicante. Get a clean enough peek at it. There we go. Departed 2 hours 32 minutes ago. Uh-oh, I said about the wind, it's now picked my brolly up and moved it a yard. So that's my scientific, mark science, way of saying the wind is picking up. That brolly has not moved. Till now anyway. I wonder if that is because the wind has just moved a bit more to a west-southwesterly from southwesterly. Just looking at the windsock, I think it has moved. Not by a lot, but anyway. Oh, the wind's blown it back. That's good. So Sun Express just lining up at the opposite end of the strip. We'll go to that in a second. In fact, let's do it now. Do it now. Because that'll give me a chance to get my coat back. I thought the coat would be the best way of anchoring the brolly. It's all in rapid response mode. Yeah, Nick Gray, the untrimmed hedge. I'm cynical about the untrimmed hedge. And of course, it'll be a right nuisance by the time we get round to August. Nell W, how goes it, Nell W? Hope the week has been good. And of course, thinking about it, welcome to anybody else that has just joined the stream. I'm Mark, your host, and we're going to be through on air till possibly 4 o'clock, 3:30, 4 o'clock, if the action keeps coming. It looks promising. So you finished for the day, Nell, or are you snatching a bit of downtime? Cyril Denham, hello to you. Just tracking back through the chat. Dan Harker's comment on tickets, continuing that chat. Cheaper to fly to Heathrow and then get the train at the moment. I'll tell you what I found with the Germany trip, because I looked at... Oh, the Devils. Oh. That sounds interesting. But what is it? It's military. It's number 10 in the world on flight radar. It's a Lockheed Martin CJ-130J Hercules. And it's above me and above the cloud. 26,000 feet. Blinking wounded. Anyway, connections via Schiphol seem to be pretty competitive. That's what routed us that way for the Germany trip. It was cheaper to go that way than try doing it through Heathrow and that connection. And sometimes as well, it obviously depends where you're going. And I have done it this way before with the Dusseldorf stream last May. Flew to Amsterdam and then got the train to Dusseldorf, and that weren't bad either. In fact, it was better than not bad. Amir Namazi, hello to you. Certainly my day here has been good. I hope you are having a good day. Welcome to Newcastle. Let's just put the camera on the iconic tower. Metro train in the background, rumbling away. So we're in one of those little quiet patches that always seem to pester smaller airports. But I think the action should be picking up imminently. Nick Gray, safe travels off to Philadelphia by car. dodging thunderstorms, flying home on an A321 Sunday. Have a great trip, Nick, and take care, buddy, especially if it's going to be thunderstorms en route. Ilya Frolov, hello to you, Ilya. Hope all is good. Happy Friday to you. Right, now I can do the thing I wanted to do. That was have a quick look at the arrivals and departures picture. Because we should, all things being equal, be more or less out the other side of the gap. So where are we now? 5 to 1 UK time. The Eastern Airways wet lease for KLM inbound from Amsterdam has shared 8 minutes. So 13:18. That is still the next arrival. The Jet 2 at 13:35 inbound from Palma de Mallorca, delayed until 2 o'clock, 10 past 2. Ryanair in from Stavanger, 1:30. Chewy inbound from Naples, that's running late. There's an awful lot of late stuff, isn't there? Is that just congestion in European airspace? I mean, talking to different travellers on my recent travels, both at Schiphol and at Frankfurt actually, when I was awaiting departure, sort of very common perspective that a lot of airports are still short of staff. Certainly, what's going on there? Certainly, when everything about Frankfurt went really well, except when you got to the security bit, where it was tedious. It was so slow, it was just untrue. And then every time a family turned up with kids, they were allowed to go straight to the front of the line. So you might go forward a bit and then you go backward for a bit. And then, and I think I was about third from the front, so imagine the scene. I think I'm about to get called forward. And the guy then takes me and down to me, so I'm third in the queue, and probably the 3 behind us, and takes us through a sort of partitioned area. My initial thought is, yes, they're opening another line up. No, it was an existing line, and we ended up even further back in the queue. So from being at the front of a queue, they found a way of sticking me way back down the queue in another zone. Talk about line management. Foxy B asks about Orson. I think Orson is somewhere else, as in like definitely not here in any of the parameters of the field. If you look at the grass, I mean, I've physically not seen him. The grass is very long and lush. There was next to no grass when he left, and I've seen on that gate there, twice I've seen it now, a notice from the British Horse Society. So I think they've become aware of Orson, and they've either taken Orson away, or the owners have become aware of their interest in Orson and moved him, because he's been in this field since August last year, through the depths of winter, no blanket, pretty rubbish arrangements really, and all of a sudden you get these little notices appear and then the horse disappears. Well, what are you to conclude? So no, I think we can say with certainty that Orson's emoji is retired for good. Just hope he's alright wherever he's landed. Exactly, Alibi 58. Pastures new. To be fair, there wasn't much pasture here when he left. Maverick 79, great friend to the channel, has gifted a membership to support plain sailing aviation. I just love it. Again, it's worked out good. Dylan McTurk in the chat gets the membership. Great stuff. Maverick, here's your fireworks. Oh. Amir says he can see the Teletubbies in the grass. They'd have been a lot easier to spot 3 months ago, Amir. It was like green tinged mud. Barest of grass. He'd eaten everything. I mean, literally eaten a lot. But wherever he is now, he's getting a fresh start. I think Foxy B, following on, the friendly horse, I think mostly yes. I think I've had the odd hairy moment around him, but more in the early phase before he got to know me. And I also know from the local Facebook group that some folks have had, if I say mixed and traumatic experiences of Orson. Yeah. So, oh, somebody's on finals. Must be KLM, I would have thought, or Eastern Airways, should I say. No, it's not. It's Ryanair, inbound from Alicante. Was supposed to be here at 12:30. I've forgotten about this bird, and coming our way, that's going to be your next plane. So let's just move the camera a little bit. Hello to Liam. You off to Cancun on Monday? Lovely. I'm jealous of everybody going somewhere nice and sunny. Yeah, I was catching up on the chat, Scottish Linda. Orson was a cult figure. I mean, he was a total nuisance when we first found him in this field. So we turned up for whatever stream it was and found there was a horse in the paddock. And it wasn't just, well, a small horse, I guess. But in the early phase, he used to really pester you. In fact, once he nearly peed in my broadcast box. Only missed it by a few inches. I think I've said a few times, if it had gone in the box, that was the end of plain sailing aviation. Without being too crude, I've run baths with less water in. And that was, but then afterwards, oh, and then there was always that kind of fear that he'd give you a kick, because he used to come and stand right at the back of you, which is not a great thing to encourage with horses. But then once we got past that bit, I used to give him a pat. We became friends, so I miss him. So the inbound 737 is a Max 8 200, brand new in July 2023. Been up in the skies 2 hours 35 minutes. But yeah, Orson definitely gave an extra layer of excitement to broadcasting here, particularly on windy days. It didn't take much to spook him. I've seen him run around this field like the proverbial headless chicken, and if he runs through your position, well, you'd end up with Jack at Cramlington Hospital as best case scenario. It's an awful lot of weight to be galloping through you. No, W, exactly. He has had a nibble at Mark's coat more than once. but I miss him. I think the main thing is, it was obvious he wasn't being looked after. I don't know a lot about horses, but I was never convinced he was being that well looked after. And I figured when I saw the British Horse Society's notice tied on the gate, I was kind of pleased. I thought, well, they're the kind of guys who will know about this sort of thing. So, Eastern Airways next in. I can see that twinkling, probably still out over the North Sea as it works its way over the coastline, somewhere near Seaton Sluice. I managed to catch my descent. In fact, I caught all of my flights from the window on the Germany trip. So I've got a few takeoffs and landings to assemble. I love it coming up the North Sea coast. It really is easy on the eye. Bit of a cloudy day, but fun nevertheless. Hello to our friend in Japan. I'm Mark. Very pleased to meet you. So just looking at the options, gate 5 I think, which will give us a pretty clean view of it when they turn in, as you're seeing at the minute. Something's made a noise that tells me I should be worried. I don't know if you can hear that one. I know you can hear some of the noises I hear. As always, I don't know what clinking well means. Right, we'll stay on that for the moment because we've got oh, it's not. The next plane is actually a Chewy, so get your Chewy emojis ready, inbound from Palma de Mallorca. Another Max 8, so that's 2 Max 8s on the rattle. This one should have been in at 11:48, so quite late. Hope the parking's not going to be an issue for folks on board. Though the aircraft lights are proving a bit of a hurdle. Cracked it. Little bit of offset. Only a little. That was one of the other takeaways from the Frankfurt stream, wasn't it? I think we saw, although I missed technically one of them, a couple of special liveries, Chewy Germany special liveries. We just never seem to get that kind of treat here, do we? Occasionally I think we get the Robinsons one, although I don't think that's been here for a while. So as always folks, that gentle plea on likes. If you've just joined the show, a big welcome to the channel. I'm Mark, pleased to be sharing the planes with you here from Newcastle. See how the deboarding is taking shape. Looks like we're all clipped up with the stairs. See how busy this plane is. I bet it's busy. Busy, busy. Michelle Johnson, God love you, great friend to the channel that you are, has just splashed my screen with the awesome gift of 5 gifted memberships. Michelle, fireworks are the only response to such generosity. It's not enough, but it's all I got. Thank you so much. Here's your fireworks. Press and action. Mizam, I've just seen your farewell message. Thank you so much for watching the show and for also generously gifting a membership. That was very much appreciated. And Alibi 58 and Gary Fleming both have the 200 likes up. Well done, team. Where do we go next? Should we have a look at 250? See how that one works out? Why not? Time is on our side. Birds are singing. Mark is not singing. It's important to hold that thought. Rab says, are we going back to Frankfurt? Yes, but not because I've got any emojis left on the catalogue. I've been triaging the pictures from the trip to get them onto the Facebook group and upload them onto the Ko-fi page, and generally catching up at home, because you can imagine my husband of the year credentials. I've taken a little bit of a absentee dent, i.e. stuff to do at home. But yeah, I do actually think it would be nice to oh, the Ryanair emoji is gone. I could have sworn I uploaded that last night, Rob. Oh well, let's just chalk that one down to incompetence. Should have got that one. Yes, we are going to go back to Frankfurt, but don't think it'll be till next year. I think I'd like to bolt it on to something else, but I think it's more important if we can get the funds together to give the members chance to choose something else that is new and fresh to them. But we're going to make the members are going to choose, so whether Mark has a preference for that airport or another one, we'll just put it to a straight vote, and if we can get the money envelope into the right priced flights and all that, that's what we'll do. That's how we roll at Plain Sailing Aviation. It's not about what the bloke on the mic wants. We all want the fun, don't we, so to speak. And I've discovered from running this channel that folks know so much more than I do. It's just pretty humbling. Anyway, let's get into Michelle's gifted 5. Who were the fantastic 5? Liam, Dan Harker, who I've seen in the chat, Michael Falkenberg, Diesel 13 and Carl Brown. Welcome one and all. Yeah, Les Donaldson, I'm accepting a telescope for that Chewy. I've got a good defence. I was seduced by something else that was more compelling to look at over on the far side and just lost myself. But it was a bona fide telescope. If you're new to the show and wonders what a telescope is in this context, it's where Mark has missed streaming a piece of takeoff or landing action. I've already picked up 2 today, and telescopes equal forfeit challenges. So later this month, for getting 10 telescopes, I am going to be at nearby Esher Airfield having a flight, not flying or on the wing, but in a Tiger Moth, my first sortie in a open cockpit aircraft. excited and anxious about it in equal measure. In fact, probably a bit more anxious than excited at the minute. Now it's getting closer. If we get to telescope 20, we'll find something else that has the right balance of fun penalty. Oh dear. No, Rabbit, it's not 20. It is 15. Must be 15. I think we started the day with 13 and I've picked 2 up, which I reckon is a solid 15. I think what's got to happen is our Eddie needs to be covering his old man's back a bit more on the streams, and Linda Cooper, definitely need more Linda time at Edinburgh. And Jack McAlpine actually at Newcastle. He was also pretty successful at keeping the telescope score down. Otherwise, there would be 20 by now. Layla Bergman. Layla, how are you doing? And how did your trip to Edinburgh go? Did you have a great time? Hello to Finnair A350 fan, Dallas, Australia. This time last week, we had a bit of Finnair A350, didn't we? Can't do that for you today. What can I do for you? I can give you this. Well, not literally. Show you this. This Emirates 777 due out at 2:15 this afternoon. So barely an hour's time. Okay, and staying with the Land of Oz, Crystal White. How are you doing, Crystal? Guessing you guys, if you follow the cricket, will be confident with where you're heading in the T20. Not quite the same if you're an England supporter. Christian Gardner. Sorry about that, mate. Just remember, when you've got that minute, we're here for you. Work pays the bills always. But if we can make the day easier, well, we're good for that. Right. Eastern Airways are finally gracing us with their inbound KLM flight. An Embraer 190 long range, departed Amsterdam 54 minutes ago, currently at around 3,000 feet, just crossing the North Sea coast at Whitley Bay. It's going to turn to the left, port side if you will, and loop in, crossing the coast at Seaton Burn to do its final approach. Going to be with us in small minutes. The aircraft itself, 17 years of age, registered Golf Charlie Lima Sierra November. That's your next action team. Keith Cornell. I don't want to feel my straps either on this flight. Well, I might, I don't know. Scream if you want to go faster. Well, remember, members get the GoPro footage. So the aircraft is equipped with mounts for GoPros. So we're going to send ours up and film me in the plane. I don't know where we're going, but you'll get to see it. It won't be live. You can't stream from the plane. We're not streaming to satellite, so sadly we can't do that. Eddie will be streaming from Esher Airfield, though, the departure and the return. So we'll do a short stream, probably about an hour all told, and should be a lot of fun. And hopefully folks will enjoy it. It won't be a long thing. It'll just be nice to hang out with friends, share the fun, share the insight, and we'll get the GoPro footage, the in-plane footage, uploaded as soon as we get home. So it'll just be, we'll just put it straight up, rough cut, bam. So if you see me crying, it's authentic. Crop dusting indeed, Alibi 58. I'm told they've got an excellent safety record. The only potential caveat is the operators told me at the point of booking they're very fussy about the weather conditions that they take it up in. So if it's a day like today, I would expect us to be okay. Clouds, well, it is lowish, but I think we'll be. If it's raining, windy and all that malarkey, no flight. But that's okay. They're only around the corner. Michelle Johnson says 217 likes on the board. Excellent. Beetling down on 250. Also beetling down is this Eastern Airways Embraer 190 long range. Inbound from Amsterdam. I'm just going to line the camera up ready, covering runway 25. So yeah, 217 likes. Bearing down fast on 250. Yeah, that is a good point, Gary Fleming, actually, about keeping it PG. I'm just going to have to get used to saying either a substitute word or just FFS. I don't know. Or potato or something. Potato, potato, potato! Potato! Yeah, practicing. Sorry, I got excited too close to the mic. I was kind of getting excited and wondering if I'm going to have to start cover some kit up. The drizzle has returned, but with fatter spots than last time. I thought we might ace it. Although the rhythm of the bird song tells me we might be okay. Might. Cursory puff of rubber. So has anybody got anything bigger than football on this weekend? Sound you can hear is my umbrella rolling listlessly on the deck. Bigger than football, says Nell. How about sleeping? I know you're going to be rooting for Belgium. Brab says though, Knockhill way bigger. Well, there you go. Alibi 58, Talio, oh boy. I probably should have one of those silk scarves, shouldn't I, with a coat hanger in it. Give me that kind of Biggles kind of look. Lucky7 back in the chat, hedge to cut before the rain. Yeah, it does. Even here, I don't know, the forecast was rubbish 20 minutes ago. I genuinely thought we might get away with this, but now I'm thinking, nah, I think it's going to slam it down in the next hour. Rab says Eddie can beep it out. Nah, I think I've got to accept the full challenge. We're just going to put it up, warts and all, and you can fast forward through any bits that aren't entertaining. That way we can get it out quickly for you. I mean, it is just a bit of fun. Potato works, says Nell. Potato it is then. Potato, potato, potato! I think Mark Sanderson's coming down actually. You still in the chat, Mark? I think Mark was saying he was quite likely to come and see. And of Sunday as well, Father's Day this Sunday. So if you're a dad, I hope you're being looked after. Eddie, if you are watching the show discreetly at work, I hope your dad's being looked after. Just saying. Can hear something growling up there. It'd be nice if we picked up a bit of unscripted military action. Definitely up for that. Fridays can be a bit of a gold mine. Anyway, that isn't the answer for what was overflying. That was a Norwegian 737, and it wasn't the Freddie Mercury one, sadly. Christian Gardner, basically from a picnic table type position, I think. They've got a really good cafe there, some seated bits outside. I don't know if you know the location, and I think that, yeah, we're just going to pop it as near as we can to the fence, shoot over. You tend to see a sporadically regular flow of light aircraft in and out if the weather's nice. So hopefully while I'm up there getting shaken all about and doing the hokey cokey, Eddie will have some other footage to toggle around just to keep the stream ticking over. Michelle Johnson, I'll conjure you a comedy sketch up, rest assured. Right, I might have a decision to make here. Bear with me, team. I think I'm going to start packing some bits away, because I think when this comes, it's going to take no prisoners. Although getting the lid on the box is not as easy as I thought. Yeah, wasn't trying hard enough. It was very easy. Next bit, let's see if we can get the lid on the box and still be in contact with you good people. No leads trapped, that's a good start. Hey, okay, so we're now semi-wet weather compliant, almost intermediate. Hello Davey, I've just spotted your very generous, that's a super sticker isn't it, there's a graphic. Thank you so much Davey. Let's do some fireworks while we still can. Might have to put the fireworks on hold shortly, but while we can get the lid open, let's do it. Lucky 7 says we've got a Jet 2 10 minutes out. I've got it now on my screen, just passing Sunderland. This is the Allegiance Sunny Sunshine type livery, inbound from Faro, a 737-800, 7 years of age, departed 2.5 hours ago. Deborah Speller, Mark Biggles. Apparently you get a flying suit to get into and everything. I'm not... I might have a slight aviator look about me. Only a slight one. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, Davey. As I say, thank you, mates, for your support. Right, I'm going to have to coat up. We've now reached the coating up threshold. I think I'll be able to manage the camera under a brolly for a bit. Let's see if that works. Might work. You can probably hear that now on the brolly. I think we may have reached the end of the good weather phase of the show, although it feels odd. It feels like it wants to be a better day than it currently is. Chipaz, you need to be a member, Chipaz. That's the first bit. So it is a member's perk, so you've got to do that, mate. The membership details, if you are still sufficiently tempted, if you click the little $ below the chat window, it will tell you what you need to know. Only £1.99 a month, but I don't do hard sell. I just tell you where it is. So sorry, Matt, I can't just admit you in the usual way, but we'd love to have you. Yeah, that doesn't sound contradictory. Jeff Smith, hello Jeff, how are you doing? Happy Friday, buddy. Tell me you found a nice sunny part of the UK and you've just come in from a bit of gardening in a bit of warm summer sunshine. Smell of freshly cut grass. Right, next plane is much closer than it was. So that inbound Jet 2 from Faro is not as far away as it was. And thank you, Dan Harker, we've got a Logan Air in 3 minutes time. In fact, that is the next plane. It's Q Jump Me, inbound from Stavanger. We've got a Logan Air ERJ 145, 25 years of age, registered Golf Sierra Alpha Juliet Kilo, on its way to you, having departed an hour and a bit ago. So let's see how we do. Yeah, lucky 7. It's a bit of an honour, isn't it? That bear with me, the microphone might sound a bit rustly. I'm just trying to see if I can zip my brolly into my coat. I think I can. What I look like, that's anybody's business, but Chipaz, thank you so much for supporting us by taking membership. We'll do your fireworks in a minute. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. I'm just going to get us teed up for the inbound plane. Great to have you with us. June's newsletter will be coming out next week as well. While I think about it, 75% written. I've got Annie Lennox in my head at the minute. You know, here comes the rain again. Sound will be slightly different as well because it'll be bouncing back to the mic off the umbrella hood. But there's no good way out of this one, I don't think. If I bag the camera up, that will probably affect the acoustics as well. Maybe we'll get lucky and this will pass through. Into the bushes. It's like stars in their eyes, isn't it? Going one side as a Logan Air and come out, I don't know, what would you choose? Perhaps keep the airline and come out as a 777. Now that would be fantastic. Looks like we've got a little turbo prop just nipping out to get gone before the Jet 2 arrival braces us. So this one gets to, oh, crikey, that turbo prop. I can't get a lot of this with the brolly up. I think I'll probably have to let it go quite quickly. We'll see. Right. Let's just get on to the recently arrived Logan Air. Give me a chance to have a quick look in the chat. Chipaz's fireworks are the most important thing at the minute. Chipaz, welcome mate. Sorry, I've just activated. It's not as easy to put the fireworks on with the umbrella either, because unfortunately the umbrella seems to catch the panning handle. Oh well, I'll figure it out. Right. Hope folks are dressed for it on this plane. No shorts and t-shirts to the long stay car park. Although there's a bus service obviously. So as always folks, that gentle plea on likes, and if you're new to the stream and you've not yet subscribed, we'd love to have you with us. We might hit 8k today, we might not. It's not the be all and end all. More about having fun to be honest, but we do like to celebrate the moments when they come our way. On air again, Sunday from Edinburgh. 10 to 8 UK time in the morning. Whereas today's show, we hope to be able to run through till about 3:30, 4 o'clock if the action remains continuous enough. Should do. But you never do know. Twist of fate and all that. What do you reckon folks? Does that sound like light rain? Ash Watts, I've just seen your name mate. And Yorkshire Biker, hello to you both. Hope you're keeping well. I'm a little bit behind again, I see. Oh, Marky Mark. So we've done Chipaz's fireworks. That's good because I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to get them on at the minute. It's a tease this, you'd say it's going to pass in a minute, but in fact let's just update the weather forecast, that's probably more sensible. So fairly steady and stately taxi in. Heavy rain at 2 o'clock. Lighter rain at 3 o'clock. Showers by 4. 90% certainty it says on heavy rain at 2 o'clock. So I think when we see this triple go, not this is the triple, it's obviously the 737, but the triple that's about to dominate the view. We'll find out how accurate the Met bods are. I'm hoping they're going to be spectacularly inept. In the meantime, let's just centre back on that Logan Air. Just going to give things a quick dust down, take some of the water droplets off. Just to keep things tickety-boo. Yeah, Yorkshire Biker, I think it's just about hanging in there, isn't it, really? At the minute, this is eminently manageable. Ooh, is that? There it was the... Didn't Foxy B say she'd seen a kestrel in the background? Oh, the speed that went down, I think you can be pretty sure that somebody's Friday is much less fun than it was if you're a small rodent or small bird. You know when they go down like that, they've found something. Nick Steves, hello to you, good day. How goes it? So we're nearly at 250 likes, says Nell W. 7 more, amazing. Can we get to 250 and beyond? Infinity and beyond. Well, while we reflect on that possibility, it gives me a chance to just work out what's up next for us. In fact, let's just have a look at where the cloud is at the minute, because I'm getting the feeling it's not low. 4,500 feet is the current ceiling here at Newcastle. Visibility is good. 9 knots of wind. Few clouds at 3,000 feet. 2 knots of crosswind. It's, other than this nuisance rain, it's not bad, is it? It's not quite t-shirt weather, but we've had tougher gigs. Looks like the Ryanair departure is being progressed with alacrity. Well, I've just seen another act of generosity, and I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. These notifications come in fits and starts. Sometimes I miss the one in the chat, but I've got the safety net of the email account as well. Brian Pounder, I hope you're still with us, mate. I really appreciate your very kind Ko-fi donation. Just clocked it, in which case I'm going to get them fireworks on. So these are for Brian Pounder. Although I've done that thing again with the brolly. Let's rest that there. I'm gonna have to crab to the box. I think I can do that. Probably best set to music though. Brian Pounder, thank you for your support. Ooh-wee. In fact, while we're in the zone, I might as well have a quick drink. Thirsty work, standing under an umbrella. In fact, I just remembered there's something else I need to do in that box to avoid catastrophe. Bear with me, team. There we go. Well, still managed to catch it, didn't I? Simon Eyes 41. Hello, my friend. thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciated the kind comment you posted in the week. Lovely that you're able to join us at Newcastle. Oh, that bird of prey's back. Let's see if I can get on it. It's shy. Well, it probably isn't. What do you reckon? Was that the last of the boardies? Somebody's on finals, I see that. So next in is the second of the Jet 2s. Then we have a Jet 2 phase of the show later in terms of departure action, so no surprise on that one. The inbound aircraft on its way in from Ibiza, should have been here at 12:20, near enough 10 to 2 now. It's currently, well, not long started into finals, I guess. Just under 2,000 feet, 8 years of age, registered Golf, Juliet, Zulu, Delta, Echo. That's your next inbound action team. 250 likes up. Thank you everybody that's made that a possibility. Should we see if we can do 300 by the time we're done? Well, let's just see how it goes. If the planes do it enough, we can do it. Let's see. But in the meantime, everybody that has been part of that, thank you so much. I need to ask, just out of curiosity, because I don't want to miss the moment, how are we doing on subscribers? Are we still on the southerly side of 8k? As I say, it's, you know, when it happens is when it happens. You just want to know when it happens, don't you? I might have to give the camera a bit of a wipe when we've got this baby down. Tell you what, I was singing the praises of CityJet in terms of the in-flight experience coming back from Frankfurt on Sunday. Has to be said, the pilot, at least to my backside, slammed it down, I thought. Certainly it was a hard bump, a heavy bump. Very smooth flight, no question, but the kissing of the tarmac was a bit urgent. Looking at what's going where, I'm going to guess this is going to be heading to the far side of the terminal. So the countdown well and truly on now for the departure of the Emirates 777. Stairs have been withdrawn while we've been pointing the camera at other things. Fuel tankers, I think, have just finished. They've definitely been withdrawn from proximity to the aircraft. Cannot wait. I fear the day that a 777 doesn't get me going. Very close to 8k, says Rab H. Well folks, if you're watching the stream, you're not yet subscribed, you fancy supporting a small channel, subscribing won't cost you a bean. Yeah, we'd love to have you with us, we really would. And of course, if you subscribe, you can get into the chat, and it's self-evident if you watch the chat, great group of people there, very friendly. We'd love to have you as part of our community. There you go, that's my very genuine pitch. Yeah, I don't know when they got the steps off the 777, but they have. Probably should get a telescope for failing to see that. Stolen in plain sight. Pun intended. Oh man, I've just seen your comment, Ash, about the B-52. That would be something, but nah. There's various stratas of cloud, some rain bearing, a bit like that one actually, but it's cotton wool with more cotton wool with more cotton wool. Summary, there's a lot of cotton wool and some dirty cotton wool as well, to be fair. Oh, has the rain stopped? Ooh, let's have a bit of that. Wearing the umbrella is less fun, or as much fun actually as it sounds. It's pretty much stopped, so I better take the lid off the box as well, because things get hot with the lid on, I've discovered. I was tempted to take the coat off as well, because the sleeves tend to rustle. Let's just give it a couple of minutes. Anyway, welcome to the show. Anyone who's joined, I'm Mark. Thanks for hanging out with us at Newcastle International Airport. Bit of a showery, intermittently showery kind of afternoon, but good to hang out. Ooh, Ash Watts. Yes, please do get those posted. I love some of these. Well, not some of them, all of these actually, these exotic shots of planes I never get to see. I think between you and Terry the artist in particular, you keep me fed on a daily basis. Terry had an absolutely cracking catch of a Qatar Airways Gulfstream, I think it was. I didn't even know they had a Gulfstream, obviously from their corporate hospitality end of the portfolio. Oh man. It's hard to imagine that not being plane of the day most days if I ever get to see it on a stream. So Ilya Frolov says 796, so 7,960. So still got a way to go actually in practicality. Oh, but hang on, Nell's got 7.98. That says only 20 away. We've got that emoji ready in the chat for members to share that celebration. Let's see if it happens today. Quick time check actually, would be in order. 8 minutes to 2. Keith Cornell has got 7,982, which could be nearer 90. You only get them in increments of 10, you see. Right, what's coming our way next? It's the hat-trick ball in terms of Jet 2 arrivals. Rain has returned, so umbrella has to return sadly. I better put the lid on the box, haven't I? Anyway, the inbound Jet 2 737, currently passing to the left of Sunderland. Should have actually been here at 20 to 1, so another late runner. 16 years of age, registered Golf Juliet Zulu Bravo Victor. And that departed 2 hours 12 minutes ago and is shade under 7,000 feet. So all good. I'm thinking the Emirates triple is going to go on time today. I think the stairs have been withdrawn at a very timely moment. So looking good for a on-time departure. Although it looks like they're still putting stuff into the hold, or they've just finished putting stuff into the hold. We'll see. Ryanair though are doing it solid, pushing back to my left. Although it's going to keep pushing. And this is off to Gran Canaria. Michelle Johnson, you are a martyr to your birds. That is just superb. You're out there getting wet, but they're getting fed. Well done you. You're definitely the Waitrose of fat balls. And imagine your neighbours probably find that they're not getting much traffic at their bird feeders. We've got a woodpecker that favours crushed peanuts mixed in with like little suet, I don't really call them, like suet pellets, cherry flavour, although whether they tasted cherries is up for grabs, cherry coloured perhaps. And if we don't get the woodpecker, it's always well, where's he gone? Who's feeding him something nicer? I think this is due out around 2 o'clock. I have a very solid perception it is. Probably ought to look that up, hadn't I, being your genial host. Genial, incompetent host. Departures. Rab's got the monsoon back. Oh no. Yeah. This Loganair goes off to Exeter at 2:20. Keith Cornell, do not apologise for asking about his fortune. It is progressing slowly. In fact, since I went to Guernsey, it's not been progressed at all, is the honest truth. I managed to make some incremental gains on it at the start of the month, and then always you have to put the live in front of the feature content, because obviously it's live content that keeps the channel ticking over with YouTube. So it is progressing, mate, but it's as stalled since I had those few days in Guernsey, and then it was all about Germany when I got back. So hoping to be able to pick the cudgels up on that next week to see how it goes. But yeah, don't apologise for asking. It is one of the things that really hacks me off that I've not managed to move that on faster. But I get less eddy time these days as well, so there's a whole raft of sob stories that kind of make it harder to progress, but it's on, so to speak. Peter, hello to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. Happy Friday to you. I think, Michelle Johnson, feeding the birds is probably more important than it would normally be at this time of year. There's quite a lot of natural food about, isn't there? But I don't think as much as there perhaps... I don't think this is going to be a good year for cropping. That's a better way of putting it. Or it'll be an excuse to put food prices up, because I'll say it's not been a good year. So everything seems behind to me. No rush with this plane, is there? Has the rain stopped? Ish stopped. Somebody starting finals. And of course that somebody is the inbound Jet 2 from Palma de Mallorca. That's your next action, folks. Ilya Frolov, take care and thanks for joining us. Have a great rest of Friday. So the inbound plane is still it's on finals, but it's still a fair way out. If I put the camera on it now, I'm just going to get a lot of headlights. LW giving the Jet 2 emoji some welly, although we really do need to get the sunny one captured. It's outside of my skill range. Back to that eddy bottleneck, but it definitely needs that. Right, I think it stopped. Well, if it hasn't, it's not doing much. So let's get lined up ready. Target acquired. Rain resumed. Oh, jeez. No nonsense landing there. That Ryanair 737 has now started to move as well. Right, Ryanair is making up for lost time now on the taxiway. Not zooting along, but is, well, it's covered a few yards on its way to Gran Canaria. Here's something else growling in the sky. What could that something be? No clue. I'm just going to put us back on what's moving and we'll pick Ryanair up momentarily. Louise Sylvia Wood, hello to you, Louise. Happy Friday. Hope all is good. I'm Mark. Hope you've got a good weekend in front of you. Welcome to Newcastle. Keep looking over my head, hoping there'll be some kind of opening of blue sky so that we can potentially catch a bit of overfly, particularly if we've got a bit of B-52 and strato tanker type action. That really would send me home, well, unable to sleep. Oh, Louise, I'm Mark. Sorry, I thought I'd introduce myself. As you work your way through the stream, you kind of sometimes trip yourself up with things that you normally do that you don't. Anyway, Louise, my pleasure to meet you. Right. What do we reckon? Turn and burn? Almost certainly. Let's hope everybody on this plane is on the correct flight. Just reprising our earlier conversation about the Bristol departure that went or took a couple to the wrong place. There's a lot more rubbish cloud behind that hedge. Cloud's a lot lower. That's not good, because that's roughly where the weather's coming from. Ish and a bit. Melody R. Hello Melody R. Hope you've caught, Melody, the updated members post. I'm sorry that I missed you off the initial Wall of Champions. You know I never do stuff like that on purpose. Fresh one has gone out. You are proudly on it. Anyway, I hope Friday is good for you, Melody. Big wave from Mark. You're right, Michelle. That went with a whistle and a whoosh. Where's this tanker going? We'll stay with the Embraer for the minute, I think. Right, I'm going to take my coat off. I'm baking. I'm like a jacket spud. Thank you, Melody. Means a lot. It's the unfortunate nature of hosting a live stream channel, particularly if you try and do things in the right way as much as you can. You will invariably make mistakes along the way, and you just try to minimise them. And when you do make a mistake, try and put it right. Coat's coming off. Summer's back, folks. If I have to put the coat on, so be it, but it's like being in an oven, a fan-assisted oven at 200 degrees. Chipaz says Emirates have just called up. Excellent. Time for a celebratory swig of water as we await our next arrival. Twinkling in the sky, twinkle, twinkle, and it's all the way from Deutschland. Scene of a very enjoyable couple of days streaming. Love the aviation scene in Germany. Gorgeous. Inbound from Dusseldorf, we've got a Eurowings A320-200, departed an hour and 11 minutes ago. Oh. I was hoping they might treat us to a special livery as well, but nah, a fan Airbus or something. It was nice to see that in Munich, wasn't it, folks who caught that stream? Britannia 079. Good afternoon to you, Britannia 079. How goes it? Oh, inbound plane. Sue Cruz, hello Sue. Happy Friday to you. Hope all is good. I have to confess, I do love that Eurowings livery. I do confess that fairly often. It's pretty fresh. We'll pick it up in a second. We'll just roll out with a fairly hazy, plain Embraer. Alright, let's not do that. Let's do this. So a bit of colour on our palette. As always, the Emirates triple has managed to push back without me seeing its initial movement. There's a skill in that, you know, there really is. If I tried not to catch it pushing back, I don't think I'd do any better than I do by not trying. Alright, well let's go to the big one. 777 300 extended range. Can I get a bit of everything into the shot? Yeah, a little bit of everything. Jet 2 pushing back at the minute, I see. Pushing back to where? Not a Scooby-Doo. But I'll find that one out momentarily. Skiathos. That's what's pushing back. Suddenly getting a bit congested out there on track. And we've got a Chewy push back and turned over on the far side. And it looks like our Eastern Airways departure is ready to roll to Amsterdam. All happening at Newcastle. So don't go anywhere, it's all here. It's all here. Pretty much overflew me. So we've got Jet 2 off to Skiathos over there. Emirates off to Dubai over there. Chewy's going to come round the back of Beyond in a minute. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. There she goes. And Eurowings, well, I was hoping to catch it, make the final yards to gate, but can't have them all, can you? Ooh. Yeah, I'm just following the chat about who may be a pilot and who may not be. I've been promised a couple of waves previously that came to nothing, so I'm just going to stay agnostic, politely agnostic. Ooh, Nell W. I like that Dassault Falcon. Dassault. Strike Dassault from the record. I was watching my umbrella starting to move, so in my defence, I lapsed. Anyway, Dassault Falcon 900 LX, my favourite Dassault. Anyway, more action for you folks. I'm thinking wistfully, it'd be nice if you could send that one our way, Nell. Another of the Jet 2 fleet inbound from Malaga. A 737-800 departed a couple of hours or so ago. The triple is moving on the taxiway. At that pace, we should catch that one again before it gets to the tower. We'll stay with it a touch longer. Let's see if we can get 2 planes in one shot. No, I think we'd better go with the bird in the hand. Or more specifically, that bird. Yeah, regulation landing there. Chewy 737 is now showing. We'll stay with this plane as it rolls out in front of us. Can't beat the close-up view. So while that clears the bushes, there's your Jet 2. Not quite sure why that's off yet, but we'll pick that one up in a minute. And if you've just joined the show, welcome to Newcastle. I'm Mark, your host, through till 4 o'clock, depending on the flow of the planes. It's amazing how ants, didn't think I'd ever say this, usually it's little spiders I'm blowing off, but I've got 2 or 3 ants now exploring the camera. So if you suddenly lose me, they've possibly nibbled through the cable. I don't think they've got that kind of equipment though, have they? Right, somebody is on finals. Twinkle Twinkle. It's a Chewy inbound from Naples. And that's a late runner because that was due in at 12:34. So inbound plane is a Max 8 heading our way. Currently about 1,800 feet. So the triple is going to definitely be holding. It's got a Chewy parked up. We'll have in a minute. You see a bit of it? No, I don't think you can yet, can you? There you can, there. And if we go further round, we've got the Skiathos Jet 2. And I think, yep, my eyes do not deceive me, Loganair are pushing back for their extra departure. So 4 departures already shaping up and 1 inbound. Let the good times roll. We get clean focus. Focus pocus. That'll do for a starter for 10. So by my reckoning, track is now clear for, well, the approach lines are clear for this 777 that's in the background of your shot to nose itself out and line up. Can't see anything else. It's getting warmer and warmer here. It's the strangest day's weather. This one's not hanging about, is it? Tell you what, let's have the side-on view of the mightily impressive and formidable Emirates Boeing 777-300 extended range. Loving it. I don't think we've had Flying Ant Day yet, Yorkshire Biker. I think we're about 2 months behind, certainly the south of the country here. I think it's probably penciled in provisionally for the beginning of July, and then all hell will break loose. It feels close enough now though. And we're rolling. So folks, smash that like, and if you're not yet subscribed, help us get to that 8k milestone. Be part of it. Tell us if you are number 8,000. Bye. I was musing the other day on how much fun it would be, in theory, to stream at Dubai, in theory, if you could find the right spot. And then you think about the temperature and all the other practical reasons, which are probably many and varied, why it wouldn't be a good idea to do. So another one on finals, and that other one is the inbound. It's an inbound Chewy from Infida, and what is that? It's a Max 8, departed 3 and a bit hours ago. So 1 in, 1 out from the Hombres at Chewy. Logan Air are now starting to taxi out for their Exeter departure. Plenty of smoke there. Hoping this one will deboard in the space freed up around where the 777 was. Be nice. Should get a little crossover shot now between the inbound 737 and the outbound Embraer 145. If these bushes don't banjacks me first. There, we've got a bit of it. Right, so I better pull away because I think the next Chewy is about to go. Bit hazy. Tells you about the conditions here at the minute. Muggy, or increasingly muggy. This one off to Heraklion, Crete. Oops. Would be if I keep the camera centered. Skiathos immediately behind that. And we're rolling, rolling. Well, we got our wish in terms of the location of the inbound Chewy. Jet 2 just lining themselves up at the minute, but we'll stay with a cleaner shot. $284 likes. Well, we're nearly at 300. You are great. God love you all. Welcome back, Foxy B. Thank you, Rab H. One tries, they always come off, but how the HDMI cable hasn't actually got pulled out its socket today, I'm not entirely sure. But all good. Stephen Walton, hello to you, Steve. Yeah, I think you've got to be very, very certain about the jurisdiction that you are visiting if you're going to start filming stuff. I mean, many of us will remember those East Midlands plane spotters that got arrested in Greece back in the 80s, I reckon, late 80s, early 90s. And you kind of think, how is it even possible to end up getting jailed in a European country pursuing such an innocuous hobby? But yeah, all bets are off, aren't they, when it comes to military stuff? But even civils, again, it's all about the jurisdiction. So now I think it's one I think about out loud. I think even if you could do it and there was a proper spotter's location with a mound and everything and your signals were great, there's also whether the conditions would be doable. I think that's the other consideration. Would the haze be too much? Oh, I've broke my new brolly. Ah, dear. Thought it was clever putting my coat in the brolly to stop it blowing away. It's only a very cheap one, but turns out putting the coat in there is too heavy for the fabric, if you will. Who knew? It's only a £5. So, Logan Air next to go. This is of course the Eurowings departure, well, will be their departure, return flight to Dusseldorf. We'll do that one in a minute. Tony McCall, hello to you. Yeah, I don't think my desire for adventure is ever going to be balanced by regulatory support. I think it'd be too hot anyway. Eddie and I, that's quite a hazy shot, so I'm going to bring you somewhere closer for the minute. When we did Madrid back in early April, where does the time go? It was something like the 3rd of April, wasn't it? It was so hazy, and by the time we finished, pretty hot, and yet not really hot, not compared to what you'd find if you were there now. So I think there's lots of layers to it. But just looking at the listings on Flight Radar, I thought, wow, there's some great things to look at. But yeah, I don't intend to find myself in the back of a van. So I think we'll cross Dubai off the list of notionals. Somebody's on finals. It looks like a little turboprop at a distance. I don't know if it's showing on flight radar. I don't think it is, but I can see it. It's either that or it's the world's biggest seagull. And it's not going to be easy to grab it against that sky. I'm not going to chase hard, it's getting pretty warm now actually. Yeah. Sorry I'm moving you around, but I'd rather give you a clean shot to look at than something that's too warm and hazy. Hazy fantasy. Michelle, I think the ants are gradually working their way. Oh, is that a wasp? What? I haven't even got anything that wasps would want. They must be really strapped for stuff to eat round here. So yeah, it's a good spot for ants and wasps today. But no, I think they're trying to eat the rubber feet. Raymond Armstrong, hello to you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. We're on Sunday, Raymond, whether that aligns with your plans. Obviously everyone's got stuff to do and whatever, but we are Edinburgh. Is it going back up? No. Edinburgh Sunday morning, 07:50 UK time through till around 13:30. Weather, tech and action all permitting. I might have to get my brolly back. It's getting windier, definitely, and we have moved now to that west-southwesterly. Started the show with a southwesterly, and I'll show you the windsock in a minute. It's definitely moved good 25-30 degrees. We're rolling. We're rolling. Yeah, we're rolling. I think Yorkshire biker, Dubai, like a lot of destinations around the world, you know, there is so many things to think about. You just got to be cautious, haven't you? Because if you don't think about the right stuff, you're needing to see the embassy people at best. See if I can get any of this. I knew I should have left that alone. I could tell he was a bit straight to my position, but I feel like the cricketer's chasing a wide one. Found myself compelled to try and pick it back up. I don't know why. I don't know why. Tina York. Good afternoon, Tina. Happy Friday to you indeed. Are you finished for the day? Grab H says we've got a PC-12 inbound from Paris. I'd seen this listed last night, but they hadn't got the aircraft details at the time. So I kind of thought, there was a 340 also listed, so I pinches of salt all round. But I thought it would be nice to see a PC-12. Just mixes it up a bit. watched Michelle Johnson. I watched a bit of that stream as well, and it looked very good as well. I think position counts for a lot. I think the time of year you go is also important, because I think pretty much most kits, the phenomenon of hazing is an issue for everybody. And then of course if you're a bit of a lightweight like me with your skincare, burn for fun. Yeah, Rab, I don't think Emirates are going to be inviting me to do anything except pay money to fly on their planes, so I think we'll keep our horizons closer to home. I think that's the way to play it. We'll cover two cracking airports in terms of Newcastle and Edinburgh, and every now and again when we're in a position to do something a little bit more exciting for you, we'll do all that consultation, but we'll kind of try and pick places where I might not be arrested. It's probably one of the things we should think about. Oh yes, that's an interesting one, Tony McCall. When does the Highland Show start? And I'm thinking, going back to the weather forecast, that PC-12 is snuck out of nowhere. Had a little bit of crosswind there. So I'm rather hoping it's runway 24 on Sunday, because I think the showground side, I'd forgotten about the I knew the Highland Show was imminent, but I think either which way, I figured I fancied runway 24. Kind of time of year now where there's probably more events on at the showground. Anyway, whichever it is, we will do, but it's a good heads up that, mate, because if they get the shuttering across the road properly, it can be a bit of a hassle to access a spot. I tell you what, that's a pretty good looking plane. I won't take the snap because I think it's a bit too hazy. Oh, I love that. That is the best looking PC-12 I've seen anywhere. Just putting that one out there. That was something I wasn't expecting. So next up, Jet 2 inbound from Mahon, the classic jet2.com livery, the one that we do have the emoji for. Like a stock clock, will be right at least twice a day. Anyway, was due in at 1:20. Like a lot of planes, it seems to be running late today. So departed 2 hours 12 minutes ago. Nicely into finals, currently 2,725 feet and declining. The plane is all of 7 years old. It's a toddler, or a titch, age-wise. Yeah, Britannia 079. Wasps have a thing for me, not because I'm groovy and fun, but they just, I don't know, they sense the fear, I think. Got stung in the ear by a wasp as a kid. I think we'll bring the camera to the tower for the minute while we await the arriving plane. So don't worry folks, we've got action imminent. Anyway, and I don't want to feel it again. So like it's hanging in the sky. Michael Maguire, good afternoon to you. Good day. How goes it? KTD, yes, you could get arrested for streaming, no question, depending on the jurisdiction. It really is something to be cautious of. Especially if you're doing military, even if you didn't know there were military there, you know, military planes at a civil airport, that kind of malarkey. Rab says 20th to 23rd June for the Highland show. Okay, clearly we're into that setup phase. I've got it priced in now. Thanks Tony as well. In fact, Tony, thanks for putting me onto that line of thinking. Because I do not want... I think it happened to me once, might have been the Highland show last year, where they got this shuttering across the road by the Holiday Inn, and well, ended up having to walk the long way round, all the way around to the, is it the A8, and then walk along that and then walk back in, blowing out both ends. Well, I reckon, you know, I like to tempt fate. I think we might finish with a dry show. You can quote me on that. I'm calling it now. Let's see how that works out. So what's the weather doing, Michael Maguire, in Melbourne? Algernon, how are you doing, mate? Hope all is good. Welcome to Newcastle. Now I'm thinking that Eurowings 320, I think it was, that must be due to push back for the return leg to Dusseldorf. So I think that's where we're going to wedge the camera. Almost certain this was scheduled to go at 10 to 3, 5 minutes from now. And crikey, I'm behind on this. I'm behind quite a bit actually, I've just realised. I'll catch up though. Do apologise, I'm further behind than I thought. You are a talkative group, which I love. 299 likes, says Nell. That was a little while ago. 300 up, says Nell and Yorkshire Biker. Thank you everybody. North of 300. Well, we're going to be on air for maybe another hour, 45 minutes. It's somewhere between that 3:30 and 4 o'clock if the planes are still flowing for us. But then we will wrap it up. Oops, come back umbrella. Thinking heck. Excuse me folks, I've just got to put things back together again. Nell says 305 likes up. Right folks, let's see how close we can get to 350. If we do it, we do it. If we don't, we don't. It's all about the action really, isn't it? And if you're yet to subscribe to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. You have got that opportunity to go down in PSA Fable as the 8,000th subscriber. Felt a gargantuan number to say there. Thinking back to when we only had 50. Anyway, 8,000th subscriber milestone pending fast. Michael Falkenberg, yes, from the hotel balcony. Yes, it was it was like let's get this right. The B Mine Hotel, they've got a restaurant with a viewing deck, which of course other people can use, and they'd also got the floor below that. They got a viewing deck, if you will. They've got a load of meeting rooms, corporate rooms where they have clients and all the rest of it. So I was able to stream from there. So yes is the answer, but there was more than one way of doing it, I discovered. So yeah, it was exceptional. Christian Gardner, I'm loving the fact you're enjoying it, but don't get in trouble at work. Do not get into trouble. But if I'm helping Friday zip by, I'm delighted. Remember what it felt like myself Friday afternoon. You wonder if the clock stopped. In fact, in this day and age, where the computer is your clock, you don't even have that looking at the clock on the wall thing going on, do you? Not really. Right, let's just take the camera off that, because you know the rule, it will push back if I take the camera off it. Tell you what, if we had a Eurovision for birds, I think the local songsters here at Newcastle would they'd definitely do well. We'll see how that compares with the aviators, not aviators, the word I'm after, the bird, the feathered friend community at Edinburgh. Oh, I can't get the right word out of my head. Next plane in for us is an inbound Chewy from Zakynthos, a 737-800, registered G-Torp, which is Golf Tango Alpha Whiskey Papa, 11 years of age, currently just shy of 1,000 feet, crossing the coast, heading out to the North Sea to loop back for finals. Avian, thank you Michelle Johnson. I hit that, couldn't get it out of my head. This is aviation, aviators. Oh, run to a dead stop. I thought I was going to blow a sprocket. You saved me. Not for the first time. Right, a celebratory chug of water. So, next plane, small minutes in. Pursued, I think, up the track by an EasyJet from Bristol. So that's a 320 Neo. I'll pick up the details on that in a minute. Peter, we're at Newcastle today, mate. Newcastle, Northumberland, England, not Newcastle, New South Wales, which sometimes in this worldwide web, world we live in, can create confusion if you don't say Newcastle International Airport. Daniel Watkins, I had trouble with the like thing some months back, but then it fixed itself. Then for other reasons, I've kind of operate my tablet now with two screens so I can watch the chat better and the flight radar and so forth. and the likes has just disappeared, as in Gonski. So I don't know. You can never be sure how much of it is device specific as against YouTube, or perhaps it's YouTube's interface with different devices. But picking up on Yorkshire Biker's point, there's an inconsistency to it all, because you think it either work or it doesn't work, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Kind of undermines that, doesn't it? So next arrival is now on finals. In from Zakynthos, we've got a Chewy. I see the lights high in the sky. We'll pick that one up in a minute. I think our Eurowings, I thought it was pushing back, but I can see it's not transponding, so clearly not. That's me told Nell W. I need to be better organised. In my defence, I didn't know we'd be going to Munich until you guys, by majority, voted for it. I kind of wasn't sure where we were going to rock up. I could have genuinely done any of those trips. Right, that Eurowings is pushing back. It's got to be, unless it's an illusion. Maybe it is an illusion. Right, it is transponding now. At least we've got that. Something growling in the skies above me. Sounds good. It is good. It's a United Airlines 7878 Dreamliner transiting between Athens and Washington. And I can't show you an inch of it. Not an inch of it. So, pretty much into the last hour of the show. Where did the time go? Sadly, that Eurowings is pretty much out of view at the minute, but doesn't matter because we've got an inbound plane to focus on. That one. Of course, we've got one heading in behind it as well. Yes, Simon Eyes 41. It's amazing, isn't it, how the last hour at work on any given day just doesn't move, does it? Especially if it's just before a bank holiday weekend or something. Let's wait for it to come out, the bushes. As you see, a bit of trimming to be done. So next plane in is now visible. So we'll go to that momentarily. I did say it was going to be a dry show through to the end. What an idiot, keeping it PG and all that. What a buffoon. It's just started to drizzle very finely. I'm sure I just tempt fate for fun. Eddie always thinks I do. Keith Cornell, catch you soon. Just seeing your exit message. See, if you look at the windsock, just cutting to that, it swiveled round. It was pretty much pointing straight to the line of the camera last time we looked at it. EasyJet, EasyJet. 320 Neo inbound from Bristol. Just a dash of smoke. Eurowings has now bolted its stable and making its way out to the taxiway. Should be able to get that in a minute. Just over there. So I'm going to stick my neck out and say this is going to go straight ahead, straight down to gate 1, where its sister aircraft was domiciled earlier on. That was the Belfast flight. I'm feeling Bristol is going to the same place. Right, where's that Eurowings departure? Ooh, Yvonne V's back. Welcome back. Power cut on your back. Well, that's. Hope that's not proving too inconvenient, Yvonne. Great to have you back with us, though. No, potato. I see it. I see something twinkling in the sky. Is it? It is in fact, actually, the Smiley Dolphin is coming our way with a beautifully compact Embraer 175 standard inbound from Amsterdam. So, no wet lease second best this time. We've got the Smiley Dolphin team, the official team. So this one ain't going to be hanging around. Quite a low cloud seems to have crept into the scene as well. Alright, I think turn and burn all day, every day. Go baby! Yeah, we're rolling. Now W's got that KLM emoji going for the incoming plane. Ooh, Yvonne V, I hope you don't have no juice for a couple of days. Right, KLM next in. And there it is. Clearly using its counter surveillance measures against us. So I can see we have a Jet 2 pushed back and turned on the far side. Don't these winglets look ridiculously big relative to the size of the aircraft? Although, wait till we see the Delta 767 on Sunday. They are gargantuan. What did we say they were, 11 metres or something like? I think they might be the biggest winglets that are out there. Certainly in the civilian fleets. Stand to be corrected, of course, though. Stand to be corrected. So a bit more emoji action. Peter, now W again with the KLM. I love this livery, I've got to be honest with you. I know I say it often, but it's beautiful. Sunny and optimistic. The look of it turns on a sixpence. Oh yes, please. We'll have a nice forecourt shot. Oh. Yes. Oh no. Reprising my inner Churchill the dog. Oh no. Alexandra Wood, hello to you. Still at it. Although we are at the back end of being still at it. We are into the last hour of the show. How far we get will be determined by the flow of the action. Could go till 4 o'clock, or we could be nearer 3:30, or if the planes dry up before then, we will just close accordingly. All to play for, as they say. You never really know how the action is going to flow at the smaller regional airports in particular. So if you're doing Heathrow or say Manchester, it's bam bam bam, isn't it? If there's a gap of 3 or 4 minutes, it's, you know, more of an exception. On the regional circuits, certainly the smaller medium airfields, you get these gaps. So when you kind of put a show together, it's always a little bit of a challenge to work out what the best run time is going to be. But we've had a few pauses here and there, but it's not done bad. Wait for the plane the other side of the bushes. So plane will be there in a minute. So we've got a runway patrol on the go. So for anyone that's just joined the show, welcome, I'm Mark. Thank you for joining us. As you've just heard, pretty much in the last hour, well, we are in the last hour of the show. And yeah, settle back, make sure you've got a beverage to hand. A couple of biscuits wouldn't be amiss, would it? Especially if they've got chocolate on them, the biscuit of choice. And yeah, just chill out with us all. So the plane we are gazing at is a Jet 2 off to Bodrum. So that's the next departure action. I'm just going to bring the camera off that. I see a fire tender if I get on quickly enough, so will you see. Obviously there's no blues and twos blaring, so I'm guessing it's just a routine perambulation of the airport, but I just wanted to see what had caught its interest, because the KLM is parked the other side, although it's not close, is it? On account it's there. Looks like the Bodrum departure has been given the nod by ATC and is rolling. KTD, I didn't realise you were Ontario. Very cool. That's what I like. A nice flat departure. Makes it easier to track. Certainly in the position I've picked today, trying to work out where best to align myself relative to the bushy hedge. Right, let's see what is happening. Ah, nice 4-in-1 shot there. Sounds like a can of oil. 4-in-1. Right, let's find out what the picture is and see if the cards are going to fall for us. I already see some delays on a couple of the Jet 2s, one from Rome and the other from Kefalonia. Both look like they've picked up half an hour. So looking at the arrivals, ...20 odd minutes by the look of it. Bumpity bum bum bum. Departures. Let's see if we're getting any of that. Jet 2 to Antalya in 15 minutes. Another one to Dalaman. Running a bit late. It's all very strange. We've got a Chewy due out to Sharm el Sheikh. That should have gone 10 minutes ago. Or have we, no, we haven't seen that go, have we? Chipaz, yeah, I think the balance of what we do now looks like it's departure really, just to link things up. I'm just thinking, you probably hear the cogs grinding in my head actually. Tabin Khan, hello to you. Oh, you know, Tabin, you've asked me this question loads of times and I always dance on the rim of a cup. Never recommend one, because I think it depends how you use it and all that malarkey, what you want from it. So I always steer away from recommending a model. Occasionally I forget myself. It's a Panasonic that I'm currently using, and I've been pretty happy with it, to be fair, but I don't find it particularly good in low light conditions. So if I was back buying a camcorder, I might well go off in a different direction. Just scrolling further back up the chat, you're right, Chipaz 1990. It is unusual for KLM to take that spot. I have seen them there in relatively recent times, but again, it triggers that, that's not usually where they go. They're usually right round the back, aren't they? So I think the key to this is, you heard that noise, I heard that noise, I don't know what it means. Let's see, oh hang on, last third on my encoder, I think we'll be okay. That's that. Let's just check there's nothing else to be. Did. Must be something I'm not seeing that I need to... Oh. I think I need a training day to actually start recognising all the bleepy noises. Michelle, I initially thought battery check, which was why my eyes went straight to the encoder, because I know that kicks out a noise as well, and it is down to its last third, which means it might fall off quite quickly, because you never get, as I always say, the last third is never as good as the first third. Anyway, I'm just going to jump back to my little deliberation on whether to call it now, actually, because if there's no action to show you, what are we here for? What are we here for? Right, I've got nothing transponding on the deck. The next arrival I see beetling up the track is going to be 20 odd minutes time, I think. 16 minutes it says on flight radar, but you can stick 2 or 3 on. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to call it, folks. I think that you've been absolutely fantastic, and I absolutely mean that, but there's no action, there's no point in just rolling the cameras. You know, I don't want to exhaust your support. It's been fantastic, and of course the moderators put a hell of a shift in between them as well. So let's just bear with me, and if anything starts moving when I've wound the show up, I'll keep pointing the camera for that moment. So just give me 2 ticks. Check I'm presentable for the public. Need to make my big head smaller, don't I? How's that? Can't say fairer than that. So that was Newcastle. I think I've got a slightly red face, so perhaps there was a bit more sun up there than I thought. Really thought it was going to be a difficult stream with a lot of wet weather in the middle bit. Persistent drizzle a couple of times, but other than that, you know, we've skated by nicely, haven't we? So massive thank you to our moderators team as well, you know, from the get-go on this one. So thank you everybody. Ali Bai, Rab, Nell, Alexandra, Les, love you to bits, guys. Thank you so much. Won't be the same without you, but you knew that. Anyway, let's do the thank yous first, because always nice to get appreciation on the board. That's the way we roll at Plain Sailing Aviation. So Keith Cornell recently turned 65. Also celebrated 8 months as a member of the channel. Fantastic. Scottish Linda got things rattling along with a very generous drop of 10 gifted memberships. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Linda. Yvonne V followed that with a drop of 5 memberships. Yvonne, you're in the chat now at the minute. Thank you so much. And you know, we just kept going really. I've got another note here with Scottish Linda, but I must have stopped for something. I've got a feeling it might be a membership milestone. You'll have to forgive me, Linda, but it'll go into the community post once I've got my act together and had a cup of tea. A bit light-headed at the minute. Mizam Az gifted us a membership. I remember that most distinctly. Foxy B very generously Ko-fi'd us, made a Ko-fi donation to the channel, as did Political Bias, so thank you to both of you. And that wasn't the end of it. Someone, and I mean literally someone, because we didn't see the name in the chat, also made a Ko-fi donation. So someone, whoever you are, massively appreciative. Darren Hadley over there in New Zealand celebrated 5 months with the channel. Fantastic to have you with us. And Political Bias hit the 8-month milestone as well, as did Daniel Watkins. Political Bias also very kindly gifted us a membership, and Paul Usher very generously gifted us 1 and then a further 5 memberships, so 6 from Paul. Some great friends we have with Plain Sailing Aviation. Not done there though. Les Donaldson very generously super chatted me. Now he's forgiven me for all those stripy condors I've been fencing his way. And Maverick79 very kindly, another great friend of the channel, very kindly gifted a membership. Talking to great friends of the channel, Michelle Johnson gifted us 5 further memberships, and you do too much for us, Michelle, as it is. God love you. Davey very generously super stickered us. Try to remember the difference. Adds up to the same thing. Great support. And Brian Pounder, who I missed it when it dropped in the show but picked it up later, very kindly made a Ko-fi donation. So thank you, each and every one of you. If I've missed anything, I'll pick that up later, guarantee it. So let's go bottom up. Oh, that is Brian Pounder, is it? Brian. Foxy B, you know so much more than I do. Yeah, thank you for that. I was always thinking, oh, I've got to make sure I've said thanks to the right people. So I'm going to go bottom up with a chat, because that's easier, because someone has just very kindly super chatted us as well. Let's not miss that one. Let's do that now. Aaron MD says, great show, Mark. I didn't know you were in the show. Sorry, Aaron, I must have missed your entry. Thank you so much. $10 US. Awesome support, mate. Content, data, travel. That's where the money goes. There's nothing gets skimmed off of me already. It's on the action. No side hustle is this one. So Sunday, Rab's on his adventures at Knock Hill. Rab, Alibi is having a lie-in. Both great alternative ventures. Alexandra, I don't know how you're going to be fixed Sunday, or Nell, or Les for that matter. We'll just rock and roll as we go. We don't even know the weather's going to do right by us yet. So there's Aaron's super chat. HGC, thank you so much for watching. Fantastic to have you with us. Same with Yorkshire Biker. Melody Art, entirely my pleasure. Thank you for watching. Katie D, been fantastic to make your acquaintance. Awesome, look forward to seeing you next time out. Rab says it's the red hat reflecting. I don't think it is. My face does actually feel a little bit like I've... You know, like you can go out sometimes and it's windy and there's no sun, but you come home with a bright red face. But yeah, either which way. Deborah Speller, thank you so much, Deborah. Foxy B, love you all to bits. Scottish Linda, thank you so much as well for your kind gifting and memberships. Listen, I'm going to rattle on. 325 likes, says Nell. We got north of 300, which makes for happy days all ends up. We've not quite teased over the 8k subscribers line. That's fine. That is always a cold one for another day, so to speak, isn't it? Because you can only celebrate it the once. Just want to make sure we don't miss it when it happens. And good luck to Scotland tonight, absolutely. As I say, Scotland are really my team in the Euros, I'll be truthful. I'm using my dual nationality to its full parameters, so there you go. Looking forward to that. Deborah Speller, I don't know. I think, you know, you could be a tricky bunch. These mods, we keep an eye on things, but no, you are such a great crowd, and it's my pleasure to be able to share the planes with you. I think of you all as my friends, and it's just great to be able to do it. You know, Newcastle today, Edinburgh on Sunday. Whatever you're doing in the meantime, quick look round. I think we've done right by calling it, because nothing is moving in my line of sight. You know, whatever you're doing in between times, have a great weekend, and I really look forward to hopefully you joining me when I'm at Edinburgh Airport on Sunday morning. Until then, take care, stay safe, have fun.